Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. Off the rails on a Thursday. Right here, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Tell your friends and enemies. Like and subscribe to the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel. If you're listening on the app, please play along on the Circuit of the Americas COTA text line at 512-222-9328. Zay, the right call, Collier, is in the house. Zay, how about them Longhorns softball?
Man. Come on. Job's not finished, though. What Kobe Bryant say in the finals? They were 2-0. Kobe wasn't smiling. Somebody asked him in the presser, "You're not smiling. What's going on? Are you not happy right now?" Kobe said, "What's there to be happy about? We haven't won nothing. It's 2 games. We haven't won anything. So it's 1 game. That girl's still in the circle. Naja Kennedy gave up 4 hits last night. That's all it took, though, baby. Incredible game. Incredible game. But how are you, man? How are you doing?
Man, I'm doing okay. Trying to get my camera angle just right.
Try to get that knee right, too. Big match tomorrow. Big match. That's a flex. Yeah, I'll flex with
match. I'm excited. I'm hungry. I'm eager.
That's what. What's the second thing you said? You said you hungry?
I'm hungry.
That's what I like to hear.
I'm hungry.
That's what I like to hear.
I'm ready to put some people's face down in the dirt. You know what I mean?
There we go.
So, been watching all this French Open. Watching my girl Coco Gauff deliver haymakers today.
She's so good.
She's back in the final against Sabalenka, who hits the ball like nobody. Hard, flat, deep, brutal. But Coco beat her at the U.S. Open. So let's go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you're motivated.
What is this?
It's Chris Farley, pitcher from the Horns. Don't put that down.
This is terrible.
What's wrong? Oh, man. Hey, Roddy, you going straight to hell, bro. You going straight down under. You ain't even going to have something like that.
First class ticket.
First class ticket.
First class ticket to HE double hockey sticks.
Yeah, man.
That's terrible.
The little Nicky.
That's terrible.
It's awful.
No, last night, wow. Looked like it was going to be one of those nights. I mean, even from the first inning, whap, single, bases loaded. And then who comes through? Mia effing Scott.
She ain't playing in no torn ACL, Chip. Ain't no way. Ain't no way that girl got a torn ACL. Ain't no way. That's Willis Reed. That's Kurt Schilling when he was bleeding through the sock. That's serious. Mia Scott, you've already been a fan of mine, but now skyrocketed. Because that's insane. Holly Rowe, which I love me some Holly Rowe. When we saw her at SEC Media Day, I had to tell her hello, told her I was a big fan. She was very grateful of that. She's like, "Oh, what's your name, young man?" And I was like, "Oh, Zay Collier." But it's nice to meet you. She had places to go, but she said that Mia Scott been playing on a torn ACL. The way Mia Scott was gliding from second to home on that ridiculous Reese Atwood hit, like this just, I told y'all yesterday, something special going on with this squad. I don't know what it is, but it just feels special. They weren't supposed to win last night.
It sure seemed like things were conspiring against them. Just the mojo. The bases loaded, no outs, first inning. They hit it to Mia Scott. She throws it to Reese Atwood for 1 out. Atwood throws it to first for 2 outs, and then they get a ground out. No runs scored. And then you get this effing weird obstruction call. Are you kidding me? That was the perfect throw, the perfect catch, the perfect tag out, 2 feet in front of the base, and they call obstruction. And that run scores. So now Tech's up 1-0. And there's controversy just waiting. But no. They're trying to intentionally walk Reese Atwood to load the bases. And Nigel Kennedy leaves a ball over the plate, and Reese Atwood hits it. 2 RBI single ball game. Nigel Kennedy said after the game, it's my fault. This loss is on me. I apologize. Tech's coach was like digging around in the dugout. He was just waiting for the next batter. All of a sudden he hears the ball hit. He's like, did they just hit? He looks up and the whole world is collapsing on him. He's like, I got to watch the film. I didn't even see it. I wasn't watching. I was thinking about who was coming up next and how we were going to pitch her. And it was crazy because I remember like the catcher was standing up.
Yeah.
And, you know, normally they put their arm out so that the pitcher throws it.
Yeah.
The catcher can't leave the box until the ball is thrown. They must not have practiced that at all because the catcher was standing up in the box and Nigel Kennedy was throwing pitches over the plate just high. But then there was one that was like, Reese Atwood was like, oh, I could have hit that. And Nigel wasn't throwing it with all of her juice. So Atwood's like, if I see something like that again, I'm gonna hit it. And she did.
That was incredible.
And it was her first hit. She was 0 for 14. She hadn't had a hit since the second game of the Super Regional. Last time she had a drought like that was the first month of her freshman season. And what a way to bust that slump with a 2 RBI single that ends up winning the game. Texas, who had 4 errors. Now, 2 of them, one was a catcher's interference. Reese Atwood reached out too far for a ball. The batter hit her glove, awarded first base. Then they called Leanne Good for the obstruction, but Leanne Good also had a bobble, misplay.
Yeah.
And
her and Katie Bennett.
So 4 errors, and Texas still gets out of there with the win. And you got to give it to Reese Atwood, but for all practical purposes, she hit a pitch that was an easier pitch to hit. Give credit to Caden Henry and Mia Scott. They had to get hits when Nigel was throwing gas, when they had to have it, bottom of the 6th, and they got it. Mia Scott, beautiful, just put her bat on the ball and kind of floated it into no man's land in the infield and got, like you said, got to first base, beat the, I don't even think there was a throw. Caden Henry stole second. And then on the Mia
Scott stole second.
Mia Scott stole second. It was something else. It was a wowzer. And give credit to Texas, man. They come up with the goods, and they believe that they can come up with the goods against Nigel Kennedy late because they've done it. They did it in February in extra innings where they kind of got on base and caused a ruckus and got fielders to make bad decisions and ended up winning that game 2-1, won this game 2-1. Now Nigel Kennedy, who got a etch-a-sketch that game, come back more determined, more whatever. And who knows what Mike White's going to do, because he started Cambria Salmon in game 3 of the Super Regional, and everyone's like, the hell?
I think you make those moves starting Salmon, starting Mac Morgan, so you could save Tegan Cavan's arm for the next 2 games. I think if you go out swinging, you go out with Tegan Cavan in that circle. I think she's earned it. She hasn't given up any runs in this World Series, which is incredible.
Yeah. No earned runs.
No earned runs.
She gave up one last night, but it was unearned.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you play those other guys earlier in the postseason. So you could have your best arm in this moment. And she's Nyjah Kennedy's kryptonite, it seems like.
Yeah.
And she always brings her best. I'm not a superstitious guy, but with all this crazy stuff happening with this Texas team, it makes you believe something else is going on. No matter what your faith is, it makes you think that there's just something else going on that's a little eerie, but also as a Texas fan, pretty damn exciting. And
okay, what do you think of the announcers? Because it feels like Jessica Mendoza is cheering for Nyjah Kennedy and Tech.
Yeah, she had some interesting things to say with Van Pelt yesterday. Like, she says it's automatically going 3, basically. She says that Texas come in today. Okay. Yeah, and they're just going to run Texas, through the wall, which, again, the pressure's on Tech. Well, it's on both teams in different ways. But I think it's more on Tech just because if I'm everyone else not named Nyjah Kennedy, if Nyjah Kennedy's making mistakes like that, where to still throw it in Reese Atwood's wheelhouse, that's a lot. That's a lot to overcome. And now, in Nyjah Kennedy's point of view, this is some adversity. $1 million could buy you a lot of things. It can't buy you mental toughness and pressure and being able to overcome that. Maybe she can. We'll see tonight. But that's a hard thing. What she went through yesterday, and she owned up to it. And she had a look in her eye where I was like, oh, she's pissed. She's pissed, but she's also calm. That was what's scary. It looked like she was upset, but it looked like she wasn't necessarily fazed in a way. Like, I could easily win my team 2 more games in these next 2 days, because she just has that aura. But still, that's still a very difficult thing to overcome, what she has to do tonight. And I think just this Texas team, you only have 4 hits. That was from your first 4 batters. Like, everyone else struggled. Now, Victoria Hunter, I thought that one was gone. She swung a bit too early, and it ended up going foul left field. If she would have she would have just waited a little hair longer, just a little hair longer. Oh, that would have been yard and tie game. But they were getting to her. They were seeing the pitches more after the first time around, seeing Nyjah Kennedy. And I think just with the game last night, they got all the confidence in the world. And shout out to my girl, Leanne Good. She a gangster, man. She was saying all types of sailor words last night after that horrible obstruction call. Like, she was hot. She was pissed. And this team, man, just they got that fire about them. They do. But if I'm Mike White, I think it's an easy move playing Tegan Cavan tonight. Like, she didn't seem tired last night. Like, they couldn't hit off her. Homegirl, their leadoff batter for Tech, she was good, the one that drove in the run. But, yeah, everyone else, it's a struggle. So, but again, I can't get over Mia Scott and the gutsy performance that she's going through. I was shocked when they said she had torn ACL. You could barely tell. Now, starting to focus in on her running, like, she has a little hitch in her giddy up, but clearly not enough to keep her out the game or her be a liability. She's still playing that hot corner at an immaculate level. Like, she's still a problem with the bat in her hand. She stands so far off the box. He sees that thing last minute, and that was a huge hit for her 2 outs, Caden Henry 2. Like, you got 2 outs here. Both of them getting on to allow Reese Atwood to do what she did. It's just telling you, it's movie stuff. It feels like a Disney movie. Like, it feels like that. Like Teague Kavan's grandmother passing and stuff, and how the team is just around her. It's crazy.
Mike White was asked about Mia Scott's, the ESPN report that Mia Scott is playing with a torn ACL. And he was asked, is that true? When did it happen? White said, I can't really elaborate on that at this point. I'm not sure when it happened. She's been playing banged up a little bit. Obviously, there's HIPAA rules I've got to abide by and can't really talk about that per se. So even though he's trying not to talk about it, he's kind of validating it, saying, I'm not sure when it happened. She's been playing banged up a little bit. So,
yeah. Banged up is like a bruised elbow or something. Banged up is like a jam finger. This is a torn ACL. This isn't banged up. I give Mike White just being professional about it. There's nothing banged up about this. She should be right there with her man, CJ Baxter, rehabbing.
You know what, though?
That they both have torn ACLs.
That's some people, their knee remains stable even with the ACL tear. And as long as it's not swelling out of control, you can, play with it and then have surgery. So that's awesome for Mia Scott that she's like, let me see if I can go. Let me see if I can go. I can go. I don't think she's even wearing like a knee sleeve on it. Like I wear a knee sleeve.
They said there's something on it.
Okay.
Oh, Holly Rowe.
But it's Willis Reed type stuff. And she hates doing interviews, so she never does them. She's never on the interview list because she hates doing them, which is interesting. So it's not like you can ask her.
Be shy.
But I guess someone did talk to her from that production team because they obviously found out that she has a torn ACL.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're taking notes from last night's game and you're trying to look ahead to tonight, the thing to keep an eye on is Caden Henry for me, because she just causes so much chaos on the bases. And she had the big home run against OU. She had the big hit last night to start the 2-out rally. She just is so important. They need her to do more early in a game. And I get it. It's Nyjah Kennedy. It's a problem. There were only 4 hits. But Caden Henry does such a good job of seeing the ball and getting the barrel on it, getting on base, using that speed. Because, Ashton Maloney, the leadoff hitter, Caden Henry, Mia Scott, and Reese Atwood. Those are your 4 hits.
Yeah.
Jolie Mitchell struggled a little bit. They were trying to walk Atwood to get to Jolie Mitchell.
Yeah.
Who has 3 home runs in this College World Series. But
and if I'm Nyjah Kennedy too, I'm sorry, Jerry Glasgow. I'm the best in the world. I don't walk nobody. Nyjah, I don't know if that was one of those. She was conflicted. She might have been conflicted. Because now, coach, you don't trust me, coach? Look at that as a storyline tonight.
I thought we was tight.
This is Perzay Hilton coming at you at 2:20 on a Thursday. Look at that tonight.
He's coming at you with the big spoon.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's Nyjah Kennedy. And
in that pot.
Coach, don't trust me no more. I'm out here $1 million woman. I'm making more than you, coach. What are we talking about? You want me to walk someone? No, man.
What do you mean?
Do that.
That's what she should say. What you
Yeah.
mean? What you mean we're walking Reese Atwood?
What you mean we walk Reese Atwood?
What?
I don't even walk for exercise, coach. Ain't no way.
I don't even know how to intentionally walk nobody. Never done it before.
Never done it before.
Apparently she's done it twice. But I mean, Glasgow said, I don't even know if we practice, because, you know, he leaves the pitching to the pitching coach. He's like, I don't even know if we practice that. I love Jerry Glasgow because he's, first of all, he's as country as they come. You can almost hardly understand what he's saying. He's like Ed Orgeron, except with softball pants on. And then he's all, I don't know if we practice that. I mean, it was, and Jerry, listen to his, I mean, he's sitting right next to Nigel Kennedy. And then, you know, he goes, he said, you got to give, he said, we made the decision to walk Atwood, and I guess we had a ball that was close enough she could get her bat on it, and I guess she hit it. Because remember, he wasn't watching. With all that said, they got 2 runs, and we lost 2-1. You got to give credit to Atwood there. She wanted to play ball. She wanted to make a play. She made a difference in the game at a time we were trying to take her out of the game. I think that's really a huge thing when you look at the game. You could see when people wanted to really make plays, and you could see when athletes were more tentative. I think you got to tip your hat to Texas. They were really aggressive at the end, and they got the win 2-1. Like, I love Jerry Glasgow because he just tells it like it is. And then he said, you know, they're like, well, why were you doing that? And he said, I didn't want to, with a base open, I don't want to pitch to what I think maybe their best hitter, what may be the best hitter in the country. It made sense to me. It made sense to load the bases. Let's go to the 5 hitter. Let's don't take a chance. She's gotten clutch hit after clutch hit after clutch hit all of her career. Maybe it was the wrong decision. Maybe we should have went at her. Yeah. I wanted to go to the 5 hitter with the bases loaded, and you've got to force out at every single base. Anything gets hit, you've got a better chance of making a play. Let the 5 hitter beat you instead of the star.
You don't believe in your $1 million girl, coach.
This is where Big Spoon comes in.
You don't believe in your $1 million. Reese Atwood 0 for 14 up to that point. 0 for 14. She ain't seeing nothing. You got the best pitcher in the world. I'm sorry. I'm going with Najee. I'm going with Najee Kennedy. That's just me. I'm believing her. First, I'm gonna have a mound visit, so I let Najee Kennedy know that she's the real deal. You know what I'm saying? Have that mound visit that you good. This is what you've been waiting for. This is why we brought you here. This is what we've been dreaming of. Look around.
Down.
Yeah, look around. You're pitching against the best hitter in the nation.
Drago.
Yeah.
You're Drago. Take out Rocky.
We ain't walking her because we believe in you. You going to take us to our first national championship. How's that feel? Feels good, coach. Let's do it. That's what Jerry Glasgow could have said. Instead, he running from the smoke. And it got him beat.
If she dies, she dies.
She dies. That had Rocky shook. Rocky said, yo, I got to get back out there. Adrian, I'm sorry. I don't care what I told you. If he dies, this is Apollo Creed. This the homie. Apollo Creed changed my whole boxing career. If he dies, he dies. It's so disrespectful. And he's doing steroids.
And then he died.
Yeah. What Drago ain't died in the movie. He died in real life. Right? I don't remember what Rocky is that? That 4.5?
No, Drago didn't die.
I was about to say
Apollo Creed died.
Apollo Creed died, yeah. Yeah. James Brown singing "Living in America." You can't die on that. Rocky
No, you
IV is
can't die on
a
that.
movie. You can't
That's
die
dope.
on that. Like James just performed a hit. This is James Brown, cocaine and all. The big payback. And this fool just kills Apollo Creed where James Brown performs. It's not a good look. Rocky had to get his get back. Yeah.
All right, CB, Chris Bennett, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, says that Jerry Glasgow makes $250,000 a year. Nija she gave the exact number. It's 1,050,000. Oh God, I wrote it down. $1,050,024. What's up with the 24? Because that's her number, I bet. $1,050,024 was her NIL deal.
Yeah, if I'm paying you that much, we ain't walking nobody.
Nick Spoon over here wants her to renegotiate, wanted her to renegotiate before game one. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, if I'm Cody Campbell, I was calling Jerry Glasgow.
No, hold on. I've been waiting for this. Get your facts right. She was 0 for 10. Go back. Before the College World Series, Bobby.
Bobby trying to put us on blast.
Don't put us on blast, Bobby.
Come on, Bobby. We appreciate the help. Sometimes we're wrong. We admit when we're wrong.
She was
Bobby.
0 for 4 against Clemson. And then 0 for 3 against Florida. Then 0 for 2. And then 0 for 3. And then 0 for 2, the first 2 at-bats against Tech. That's 14. Some of us work for a living. You know what I'm saying?
Damn. Oh, wow.
No, but ESPN was saying the same thing. They were only citing her College World Series numbers.
Right.
The bottom line is she was 0 for 4 against Clemson in game 3 of the Super Regional. It started there. That's all right, Bob. We got you.
We got you, Bobby. We love you, Bobby. Appreciate you listening. Appreciate you locking in. Making the show.
If you don't believe me, go to texassports.com and look up Reese Atwood's numbers for the last 5 games. And don't forget that she was 0 for 2 last night before she got her hit. Because you got to have that 0 for 2 to add on to the other numbers to get 14. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I feel good about Texas tonight.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Real good. That's going to be tough to overcome. Last night for Tech, that's a heartbreaker. They were in the driver's seat. When they went up 1-0, you're like, oh, yeah, you got this in the bag.
Well, here's the thing about that announcing crew, because everyone loves Nija Kennedy because she's got 5 pitches. She commands it. She makes it dance. She can make it rise. She can make it drop, go in, out, whole thing. And she's big and powerful. So she throws the hardest pitch. She and Carlin Pickens. Tegan Cavan looks like a nerd in the orchestra.
She don't look like that, man.
She doesn't intimidate you, and she gives you that poker face. Yeah. And that she got that silly mask on. Can we get a better looking mask than that?
They all wear that.
I know, but can we design something a little better?
The girl Sam Landry said her face scarred so on point, she don't need that.
Oh, yeah. She got those Coke bottle glasses.
Our fans love some Sam Landry.
Oh, yeah.
Which I went on her Instagram yesterday. Yeah, it checks out. It checks out. I see what you guys were talking about.
My man. Here's Zay Hilton, baby.
I get it. I get what you guys were talking about.
Don't you forget it.
Yeah.
But Tegan Cavan, we need to be talking about Tegan Cavan because Tegan Cavan is now 4-0 against Nija Kennedy. 4-0. Twice at the Women's College World Series last year. And once at the Women's College World Series this year. On top of that 18 strikeout performance in the 40-degree mist in February.
Yeah.
Like Tegan Kavan told you in her pregame press conference before game one, I love going up against a pitcher like Nyjah because it sharpens your, she didn't say this part, but it sharpens your focus. She knows her offense is going to struggle. So she's got to make sure that she keeps her team in the game. That's how focused she is. She doesn't give you a bunch of facial expressions and emotion, although she gave you a little bit of emotion in that super regional when she came in and threw 5.2 innings of scoreless relief. And then after she beat OU, you saw some, but like when that obstruction call went down, Leanne Good is losing her mind. Reese Atwood is like, and Tegan Kavan, no expression. No expression. Like she is so locked in. And I don't think we're talking about her enough. Because those announcers were goo goo gaga over Nyjah Kennedy, but no one's talking about how Tegan Kavan, what? Because she's not number one in ERA. But look at her numbers when it matters most. She shows up. Yeah. And I think Mike White's got a decision on his hands. Obviously, does he start Cambria Salmon? Some of this, because we'll get to Tommy Farmer getting in the transfer portal in a second. And I know you have thoughts on that.
Told you.
And look, Cambria Salmon's a good pitcher. I don't know what Texas is doing with their pitching rotation because they've obviously been leaning on Kavan a lot, but here they are. So this is where communication between coach and players is so important. Like Mac Morgan was ready to go. She got called, come in, pitch against OU, and Kavan came in for the save. You got to keep everyone engaged. You got to keep a player like Cambria Salmon engaged. Yeah, you have Tegan Kavan for 2 more years. How about that? No one's talking about the fact that Kavan's only a sophomore and she's dealing like this. I mean, Texas is going to be a problem for the next 2 years because of Tegan Kavan. And she's just a homegirl from Des Moines, Iowa.
Yeah. They always show that Caitlin Clark picture where you could tell Tegan Kavan was at like a camp and Caitlin Clark was one of the counselors because she's a few years older. But yeah, that's really all they say about Tegan Kavan. They don't say much after that, even though her numbers should be worth talking about. And, Nyjah Kennedy, she deserves all the recognition that she's getting. Like, she is literally taking this Red Raiders team and putting it on her back. Like, when you are the best pitcher in the nation and also lead your team in home runs, you're serious. Like, that's incredible. So I get her getting a lot of attention. Like, she deserves that. There's a reason why she's $1 million woman. But yeah, let's get Tegan Kavan some more love here. And I think she likes that underdog role.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, like playing against Nyjah Kennedy. Like, she knows Nyjah Kennedy's going to get all the spotlight and all the photos taken and stuff. All right, that's okay. Be the silent assassin.
Yeah.
And now with a new and improved infield on defense, even though they struggled a little bit yesterday, Katie Bennett, Leanne Good, both had some, errors and some just uncharacteristic moments. But I think that's just first game jitters. I think they're going to be a lot better today. And hopefully there's no obstruction crap like we saw last night, which that rule is so stupid. Like, what I was getting from the rule, Chip, was it's all about the slide. Like, once the player starts to slide and you're anywhere in the vicinity of their way, then you have to call obstruction there. no matter how far away from the bag they are. So I would tell my team, hey, just start sliding. If you're like 6 feet out, 8 feet out, just start sliding and see what we can get. And we'll challenge it and see what we could get. And if they say anything, we're going to say they're sliding, though. What do the rules say?
The other thing is she's coming at an angle. Unless we have an overhead view, it's hard to tell if Leanne's Good's foot was in the base path.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like what the call on the field was out. And the replays were not conclusive enough. Sure, from that angle, from third base, it looked like her foot was in the path. But remember, it's a diamond. It's not a straight line. So, and the tech runner walked off like, oh, yeah, I'm out. Like she didn't say, hey, she was in my base path. She just got up and walked back to the dugout.
Yeah.
Jerry Glasgow, because he's smart, was like, hey, let's throw a Hail Mary here. And he got it. And that was something. Yeah. The ump, I hate talking about officials. The strike zone was weird for the first 3 innings. It was like a shoebox, and then it expanded, and you're like that pitch to Caden Henry that was almost at her boobs. They called it a strike, and she goes, what?
Yeah, she was shocked by that. Yeah, she said, what?
Tegan Cavan is like, can I get that strike zone, please? But I'm just saying.
Tonight, y'all, because we all know ESPN would love a third game.
Oh, yeah.
Why not? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you love game 3? That strike zone might be real fishy tonight. You know, I'm all about conspiracies.
Before we get off Cavan has now tied Kat Osterman for the most career wins at the Women's College World Series with 5. And Kat Osterman she retweeted that and said, let's break that tie today.
There we go.
All right, I see him. Our SEC insider and prognosticator, the one and only Lance Taylor. Lance, you there? Uh-oh. And we're doing some carpool karaoke with Lance. But, all right. Let's see if he can, once I see him moving, I will bring him in.
Down there.
Right now, he looks frozen. Okay. He's calling in on another line. There he is. LT. You hear us? LT, can you hear us?
Why is the other one working now?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, something's going on.
LT, can you hear us?
Okay, I got you guys now. Yes. Yeah, you got me?
Why are you always driving in like the valley of no cell service?
It doesn't make any sense. I have no idea. We've got one regular guest. His cell service always sucks. We dog his ass out, like get stationary if you're going to do this. But like I literally was just in a wood pile. I cannot make this up. I was in the biggest wood pile in the state of Alabama. It's a client of mine. It's a tree service. And I went out to their wood pile to check out this just mass of wood. So I was walking around sweating my ass off. So
Did you bring a Gatorade?
I did not bring a Gatorade, but I'm about to get poolside though.
Okay.
All right.
So sorry about that, but I'll be stationary in 5 minutes if this dumbass would move.
Okay. Well, we were just talking some Texas softball. Not sure if you watched that game last night.
I did not. You know, Dunaway brought it up. Dunaway's our resident softball guy. I can't get into it. I do appreciate the fact that it's quick, compact. There is a little bit of excitement. And I did say this a couple of days ago, the Texas Tech chick, what's her name? Canada or Canada? Yeah. If you want to win a championship, that is the best NIL money spent when you can get a dominant pitcher like that. Because, I mean, that basically equates to putting you right in the mix, I would assume. Again, I'm not a women's softball expert, but what happened against Oklahoma for her to give up that 2-run bomb, and they ultimately got out of that? But then yesterday, Dunaway was setting up the scenario. My gosh, that is like insane. And I would assume that Texas Tech's manager is taking a lot of shit.
Well,
Yeah.
he trusted the pitching coach to handle that. He was digging around in the dugout, didn't even see it. He's like, was that a hit? He turned around, looked up, the ball's in the field. He's like, I thought we were walking her.
Well, here was my question. Did anybody after, and I'm sure somebody did, but I didn't get an answer when I asked it. Did anybody ask Texas Tech? Because, and you guys know this, if you've played baseball, in a situation like that, you short arm just to have a little more accuracy. When you're going underhand and trying to do the intentional walk, it seems like on the surface, it would be much more difficult to do that unless you've actually practiced the intentional walk. I would assume a dominant pitcher like that probably doesn't is not put in that situation a lot. Had they practiced it at all?
That's he wasn't sure. Like he trusted the pitching coach, and yeah, you're right. I mean, the catcher can't leave the box until the ball's out of her hand. The catchers in baseball put their hand out like, throw it way over here and I'll go get it.
Right.
And as soon as the ball leaves their hand, they jump out of the box and catch it. That catcher was just standing there behind the plate, and Kennedy's throwing, balls up in the zone. But then one of her the first pitch, Reese Atwood was like, "Ooh, I could have hit that," and then she started looking for it again. And then it's the 3-0 pitch. What was supposed to be ball 4 turns into a 2 RBI game-winning single.
Yeah, why don't you at that point where, Atwood is looking at, hey, like you see that at least she's processing, taking a hack. Why you wouldn't do a mound visit at that point?
Or roll it on the ground.
Or roll. You're right. But again, it goes back to, have we practiced this? And if we haven't, if the answer is no communication, then we probably don't need to pull this out in the College World Series in Game 1.
Yeah.
All I'm saying, Lance, if I'm paying you $1 million in softball, you ain't walking nobody.
Right.
You're a $1 million girl. We ain't walking no one.
I feel you, Zay, and it's one of those things. If best on best, if Atwood goes yard or she gets a legit hit, hey, you beat the best, you earned it. But if I'm Texas Tech, and especially, the good news is you still got Game 2. Imagine being a diehard fan or being, just part of that program on that team and having the best player, and I'm just assuming this is probably the best player in Texas Tech softball history, basically taking the game out of her hands when she was dominating.
Yeah. It's wild. I never thought I'd be talking this much softball in my life. Okay, so Lance, I have to ask you a personal, selfish question. I'm trying to book my trip to Starkville, Mississippi for the Texas-Mississippi State football game. And someone told me to stay in Tuscaloosa because Alabama's out of town that weekend, and that's a better place to stay than anywhere near Starkville, Mississippi.
Well, Chip, it depends on what we're looking for. You put me back in my we're going to run hard days. And, the game is not the focus. It's the extracurriculars. It's probably not a bad idea. If you're really going over to sample a campus and really cover the game, you can find fun stuff to do in Starkville. So, and
Columbus, Mississippi is what I've been told.
Well, it's an hour and a half. I think that's about the drive from Tuscaloosa to Starkville.
Yeah.
I would suggest if you can find decent accommodations to stay in Starkville. Now, I would have gone the other direction a few years ago, but I'm a boring man now.
Okay. Are you still dating the Georgia Bulldog?
Oh, no. She's been out of the picture a couple of years. This is, I'm dating. You guys met Maddie on the air a couple of times. She's a girl that went to Liberty. She's from LA.
Okay, Liberty.
Yeah, Liberty
She's a Flame.
Yeah.
Okay, was she with you in Dallas for SEC Media Days last
She
year?
was. Yeah. She was the one
Okay.
that used your key to go hang out at the pool.
Okay.
Rooftop. Yeah.
Okay.
You hung out with her. Yeah, she's
Okay.
awesome.
She's a Liberty Flame.
Yeah, she's a Liberty Flame. This is a funny story when we first met. I'm one of those guys that will just pepper you with random questions. But I saw that documentary on Falwell Jr. I don't know if you guys ever saw it on Amazon Prime, where it starts out there at like the Fountain Blue in Miami and the wife's out at the pool and she sees Pool Boy and invites Pool Boy back to the room. And so the Falwells were into some freaky stuff. But I asked her because she worked for the university for a little bit. And she said the funny thing about that was they've got really nice facilities and their stadium is top notch. But the only box that had tent was the president's box. And I thought she might be exaggerating this. But then one of the guys that actually works for Alabama Athletics worked for Liberty as well. And I asked him, he's like, it's 100% true. The only box that is tented out is the Falwell's box because they would have parties in the box, during the games. And you could see everybody else, but you couldn't see their parties that were going on. So anyway, that's the small amount I know about Liberty.
Those universities scare the crap out of me, like Oral Roberts and Liberty.
She's got a great family, but her parents basically said, we're going to send you. She was supposed to go to USC. She had gotten in and everything. That's where all her friends went. They were like, we're going to send you to a Christian university as far away from the West Coast as we can. So they chose Lynchburg for her. And, my thing is, if I got sent there, my ass would go buck wild. Like, you're going to send me to the furthest point away from my stomping grounds to go to a Christian university? And I bet that happens a lot.
Yeah.
Ay.
Speaking of Mississippi State, Lance, nobody talks about them, and I understand why, but Blake Shapen's supposed to be back. Year 2, Jeff Levy. What are you expecting from Bulldogs?
Well, it's got to be better, right? I mean, Zach Arnett and, kind of a terrible situation with the circumstances surrounding the tragic death of Mike Leach taking over. And I still think Zach Arnett's a hell of a defensive coordinator and, kind of got thrown off the path by taking that over in an interim situation. But, he was ousted after 1 year, and I know that wasn't their first choice. And I think Levy's a really, really good offensive mind, but they've got to show improvement. I mean, when you can't win a game in conference and when Vanderbilt's winning 7 games in a season, Levy definitely has to show improvement. I think there will be improvement. Remind me, week 2, is it Arizona State that comes to Starkville?
Week 2, it is Arizona State comes to Starkville.
I'm calling it right here. I think Mississippi State will beat Arizona State week 2. That will be Levy's first signature win. Does that equate to a successful season this year in the SEC? Probably not. But I don't think Arizona State with Scattaboo going on to the NFL, although Levitt's back, I don't think they're going to be as good. They're not going to sneak up on anybody going from 3-9. Big 12 is going to be wild as hell again, I believe. But I'll go on and call Mississippi State week 2, pulls the upset. I think he does enough showing improvement, Zay, that he's still around after 2 years. I don't know how good they're going to be, though.
Who's their quarterback? He left.
Van Buren.
Yeah, Van Buren.
Yeah, went to Georgia, right? No.
LSU?
Maybe. LSU, you're right.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's the backup to Garrett Nussmeier.
Yep. That's one of the – man, you could play – that could be a drinking game. Where is this quarterback now?
Right?
Yeah, for sure. I was just watching a replay of the LSU Ole Miss football game on SEC Network. And what do we make of Ole Miss? Because last year was the year, LT. That's when they had all those, Walter Nolan and Ivy and
Leland. What's his name?
You mean Malin?
Prince, yeah.
Princely.
I do think, look, I mean, Lane Kiffin's one of these guys. He's not going to get quarterback wrong. You guys remember, and I had a massive play at Lance's lock on Ole Miss, and Jackson Dart goes out that first drive against Georgia, and I was like, holy shit, this is going to be a disaster. And Austin Simmons comes out and goes right down the field and looked great. I mean, ball just popped out of his hand. I think Ole Miss fans think he has an opportunity to be better than Jackson Dart. But with Ole Miss, with what they had returning, back to your point, and with the schedule they had, to lose to Kentucky and to lose to Florida the way they did and only have to win one of those games as favorites, it just is one of those programs. Lane Kiffin's got them in the best situation they've been in since the early 60s when they were actually winning national championships. I just don't know if they're ever going to get over the hump, though. Again, I think Austin Simmons will be good. I think Ole Miss is probably an 8-9, possibly a 10-win team this year, but I don't think they're going to be as good as they were last year.
They have 2 starters back on offense and 2 starters back on defense.
Well,
and I know.
I mean, if the three of us were doing an SEC draft today, I think most people are going to take Texas or Georgia, and then it's going to go Alabama, and then you got to decide, are you going to go, LSU, Florida? Then we're talking about Tennessee, South Carolina. I mean, how far down are you going before you get to Ole Miss? Like, I think I might take Oklahoma in front of Ole Miss this year. I might take Auburn, at least, Florida. I would consider those teams. So you might get to the back end, even in the bottom 8 of the conference before you would even talk Ole Miss this year.
Yeah. Lance, Alabama's offensive line and running back room, what do you expect from them this upcoming year? I mean, is there a, Derrick Henry or Jahmyr Gibbs like player back there? Because I feel like at one point, Nick Saban was always ringing on the elite back. Mark Ingram comes to mind. Is there anybody like that in Tuscaloosa?
Well, I think Jam Miller can be that guy. Justice Haynes leaves in the transfer portal. I think Jam Miller is going to be the projected guy that will get the most touches. I just thought it was unique last year. Nick Sheridan was calling plays for the first time ever with Ryan Grubb deciding to stay in Seattle. Now that Grubb is reunited with DeBoer, I think you're going to see more of an emphasis on the run. You talk about the offensive line. It is one of the best offensive lines in college football, or at least it should be on paper going into the season. Caden Proctor, I mean, I've seen mock drafts where the left tackle is the first overall pick, depending on need of teams. If you've got a team that is drafting up top that's already got their quarterback of the future, if they need tackle, Caden Proctor could be that guy. So I do think the offensive line is going to be improved. I think there will be more of an emphasis on running the football, but I think the depth of the wide receivers, and I think, Ty Simpson could surprise us here. Alabama, we were going through early Vegas numbers on a lot of marquee games this year, and it looks like Vegas is inflating Bama again, believing they're going to be good, and nobody's really talking about Alabama. So I think Kalen DeBoer in year 2 is in a really good spot.
What's their over-under, Lance? Do you know?
Yeah, on the win total, it's only 8.5, which that kind of scares me a little bit because, I remember when there was a time when it was 10.5, and, if Bama lost a game, that was your margin of error. But no, let me take that back. It's 9.5 now. It's 9.5. So,
Okay.
9-3 puts it under, 10-2 puts it over. They do have a difficult schedule. I lean at 10-2,
at
but
Georgia.
I saw that number today. Georgia's a 4-point favorite, early line.
At South Carolina, at Auburn, at Missouri.
They're favored in outside of Georgia, they're favored in all 3 of those games. And you guys look at, Kirby Smart's beaten Alabama one time since taking the Georgia job. They thought it was a Nick Saban problem. It looks like it's an Alabama problem. But that game is going to be so pressure-packed for Kirby in September this year. And Kirby's also in a good spot, too. You guys will give me. Everybody's talking about Texas. Georgia's that team, and I think a lot of it is the combination of where Texas is now and Gunnar Stockton. Nobody really believes in this kid. So I think, Kirby is in a spot for once where he can be like, people are saying that we're not that good, that we don't have a chance to win another national championship. So I think he can pour mouth his team a little bit. But that is going to be a pressure-packed game for Kirby because he hasn't had any success against Alabama. And
he has nothing but success against Texas.
You're right. And it's weird how that works, man. But that's, there was a moment where Sean McVay, I always bring it back to my Rams, you guys know that, would dominate Seattle and Arizona but couldn't beat San Francisco. And Seattle would always beat San Francisco, but they couldn't beat the Rams. I mean, it was just one of those weird formulas where none of it really made sense.
Yeah, bonkers. I think Clemson's the best team in the country.
I don't have a problem with that. I think Clemson's going to be really good. I think this is one of those, moving forward, you might get this 1 out of 5 years where it's the SEC, Big Ten, or this one team. And I think this year it's the SEC, the Big Ten, or Clemson. And I think Klubnik was that good. When you look back at what Dabo, the success he had in winning championships, Deshaun Watson, Trevor Lawrence, elite quarterbacks. I think he's got another elite quarterback in Cade Klubnik. I think at least going into the season, and Texas fans might argue this, but we haven't seen the full sample size. I think the best quarterback in football right now is Cade Klubnik. Probably would go Nussmeier, Lenoir Sellers, those guys. Arch could ultimately be that guy. But I think where Klubnik is right now, where that defensive line is for Clemson, I think it's going to remind us of the Clemson teams we saw less than a decade ago.
Okay, what's Sankey doing on the college football playoff format going forward? We got it. It looks like we're going to 16, but it looked like he was in favor of 4-4-2-2-1-3, then leaning 11-5. What's your read on this?
I don't think Sankey's worried either way. I think the Big Ten would more so rather have those 4 lock-ins. I mean, if you traditionally go look at the final regular season rankings, the SEC, there was one year I went back in the last 3 or 4 years where they would only get 3, but the majority of the time the SEC is getting like 5 or 6. And I think if you go the 5 and 11, to me, that's the best model. Do the 1 automatic, give the group 5 that bone. But then if you truly want the 11 best other teams, let's go back to the old BCS computer rankings and let's just lay them out there. And I think the SEC will get the ultimate benefit. Me and Sankey, one thing in common, we were both at Metallica in Atlanta 2 nights ago.
Stop it.
Yeah. I didn't know he was there until today when I went on the show. And they were like, Sankey was like, one of the front rows. I was like, I didn't know he was there. I didn't know Sankey was a Metallica fan, but I am a true, my older brother introduced me to Metallica back in 1985. And so I've seen him 4 different times and took my son over there, but I did not realize that Sankey was there. So Sankey's able to, do the balance of power with the college football world and the most powerful guy in college football, and also able to go see Suicidal Tendencies, Pantera, and Metallica in one night.
How many times you seen AC/DC?
I've only seen AC/DC one time. Yeah, it was the
Yep.
Shake Your. No, it was the what was the Money Talks tour. I
Okay.
remember somebody had just gotten killed in Buffalo. I got a weird memory, but somebody had just gotten killed in Buffalo, so they did seating on the floor. They didn't have the general admission, so it was more of a. And I remember a good friend of mine got in a fight on the street before we got in there, so he got arrested before we even set foot in there. But I just remember it being more of a controlled environment for AC/DC. They put on a hell of a show, though.
Yeah, I can't believe I missed them this go around. All right, go ahead, Zay. Sorry.
All right, Lance. So you made recently your top 5 favorite coaches, or the best coaches in your opinion, in the SEC. And you got Kirby Smart 1, Kalen DeBoer 2, Brian Kelly 3, Josh Heupel 4, Steve Sarkisian 5. Why?
Well, and people accuse me, did Sark take your lunch money? You've got something against him. I don't. I think he's won. If you want to go back to the Big 12 championship game, there's a win. This year, the college football, I know he won a game at Tuscaloosa a couple of years ago, and he won against lesser competition against both Arizona State and Clemson in the college football playoff. I just think Heupel has done more with less at Tennessee. I think it's really close. You could interchange those 2 guys, but Sark has not come close. Obviously, Kirby Smart is the best right now active coach. Kalen DeBoer has accomplished much more than Steve Sarkisian. Texas fans can get on my ass all they want. DeBoer has, won conference championships, from Fresno in the Mountain West. to Washington, playing in a college football playoff, winning a game there, playing for a national championship, beating Dan Lanning all 3 times he's played him. Brian Kelly has been to multiple college football playoffs. He's played for a national championship. I know it's been a little underwhelming his first 3 years at LSU. I think that will change this year. So those 3 you can't argue. If you want to say Sark 4, fine. But I mean, if you guys want to argue me on Smart, DeBoer, and Kelly, go ahead. But if people think Sark should be over those 3, I think they're insane.
I think body of work, you got it right. 1, 2, and 3. Sark's going to have to push into that championship game, win a national championship to get up to where Kirby is.
Yeah, well, let me say this. If Sark is not, like, let's just say that I have to redo this list at the end of the football season. If Sark is not at least 4, this year was a disaster for Texas.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting. I mean, you guys know this. He's won 10 games plus in 2 seasons. Now he's done it back-to-back now in Texas. So he's got this thing cooking in the right direction. I just want to see a little bit more. I want to see more big wins. I want to see deeper runs. I know year 1 he played for the SEC championship, but against a backup quarterback, they ended up losing in the second half. I know they won a couple of games in the postseason, but you had a 1st and goal against Ohio State.
1st and goal.
Yeah, at the
1.
Yeah, you got to be able to at least punch it in and then see what happens with your defense. So I still think, and Sark's a great story, and he's an easy guy to pull for now. So he's in the top 5. I mean, hell, it's the best league of head coaches we've got in college football.
I love it. What's going on at lanceslock.com?
Game 1 tonight, the NBA Finals. Nobody's going to be watching. I actually think it's a better chance of a sweep than it going 6 or 7 games. I'll go on and give you guys a free play tonight. I've got Oklahoma City minus the 9.5 or 10, depending on where you're shopping it. We've got 3 Major League Baseball plays up and available, a free play every single day at lanceslock.com. I'm also, I like under 17.5 total points for Halliburton. I think he's going to press tonight. I think this Oklahoma City defense will be the difference. SGA has just been unbelievable. 7 of the last 8 games, gone 31 plus. So I think he'll get his, but you know, the way the other guys are playing, and especially Chet Holmgren right now, I just don't think this OKC team loses. I said it before the playoffs. I thought they were the best team. I thought they would win the championship. And now they've gotten a really hot team that is playing better than they are in Indiana. And I don't want to take anything away from Rick Carlisle because he's done an incredible job with his squad that was, by the way, a 500 team on Christmas. And since then, second best record in basketball. I just don't think this is a good matchup. So that's what's going on at lanceslock.com. But jump on board. We start with a very boring game 1 where the Thunder completely dominate.
Who you got tonight in the Women's College World Series? We got a line on that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you guys will hold, I'll pull the line. Just hold tight real quick. I'll tell you what it is.
There we go.
I'll tell you right now, this might be fun to take a look at. I just wonder, where is Texas Tech mentally after what happened last night?
Right.
And I don't know if you know this. This is fact. This is biological fact. Men are much more emotional than men. And we talk about emotion of the game. And are these girls going to be able to pull it out their ass after that devastating loss? I can't find a number on it, so I apologize. I thought it would be up.
I love it. Hey, thanks for trying. And you were saying no one's going to be watching the NBA Finals because everyone's going to be watching Texas softball. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, the more exciting, really, with that, and that's another thing about women's softball. I mean, the pitch count is 1,000, right? You can't throw more than 1,000 pitches in 72 hours. And I kid on that. But knowing that she's going to be back on the hill for Texas Tech, you know that's going to come down to it. It's going to be a great game, and I don't think you're going to get that with the Thunder and the Pacers in game 1. I hope you don't, because I want to see a complete ass whipping.
Who'd you have in the hockey game last night?
You know, I almost played the Panthers. I ended up staying away from it. And, you know, the first couple of minutes of that game, and it was 3-1, you're like, this is so Canadian. Like, they've got so much pressure with this nation not having a cup since '93 that they're going to completely shit the bed here in game one. But for them to come back, now the momentum is completely in Edmonton's favor, but I stayed away from it.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, LT, let's do it again next week.
Absolutely, boys. Y'all enjoy the weekend. Talk soon.
Appreciate you too, man.
Lance Taylor, the Lance Taylor on the social media, lanceslock.com for the picks, $100 for a month. Get you all the picks. He gives out a free play every day. Check out lanceslock.com. What were you shaking your head for?
He's just funny.
Yeah.
He's just a funny guy.
I'd put Sark ahead of Josh Heupel.
Me too. Yeah, me too. That's the one I was. The rest of the three, I put Brian Kelly above Kalen DeBoer too. I'm gonna need more, but yeah, Josh Heupel. Come on, Lance. Come on, dog. Like,
it's gonna be an interesting year in the SEC. It's gonna be an interesting year. Texas does not have to tangle with LSU or Alabama or Ole Miss, but they got Georgia in Athens.
bring it on. Bring it on. We owe them.
Oh, yeah.
You owe them. Like,
and Arch with his wheels. No Nazir Stackhouse. No Jalen Wilson. No Michael Williams. No.
You meant Jalen Walker?
Yeah, Jalen Walker. Sorry. And Damon Wilson.
Yeah.
Damon Wilson's now at Missouri.
Slow clap. Good for that brother, man.
Got that Skrilla.
Got that Skrilla. He wants to drive at a normal miles per hour. Too many reckless drivers in Athens, you know? Supposedly.
Interesting. Mike G says Texas will beat the Suckeyes, okay, but lose 2 regular season games.
No,
I mean,
now you're gonna have to tell us what games, Mike.
Right, because you got at Florida, you got at Georgia, you've got OU in the Red River shootout. Those are the 3.
Home?
Huh?
A&M at home?
A&M at home, but
Friday night? Black Friday, right after you get done punching someone for a TV. Use that same TV to watch Texas play A&M. Nah, Black Friday ain't what it used to be.
Yeah, let us know, Mike G, what games. Okay, he says at Georgia, 1 upset loss somewhere. Let's see. Sark's been winning the games he's supposed to win, right?
Yeah.
The only 2 games he lost last year until the playoff was Georgia.
That's it.
And Georgia was the favorite.
Yeah.
Although Texas, I guess, was favored at home. Because
were they really?
Remember Kirby was using that.
I mean, I thought they were just ranked the higher. I didn't know they were the favorite. I don't remember. I thought they were just ranked higher.
Where's my Phil Steele? Come on, Phil, get it together. The one thing I like about that Phil Steele, he always puts the lines for the last 5 years of games. So you know what the line was. Appreciate that, Phil Steele.
Have you met Phil Steele?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah.
Good guy.
Yeah, he's a junkie like us. He's got a big staff. Obviously, I think he charges $20 for that magazine, and it's worth it. There's a ton of intel in there, ton of work. I'm sure the transfer portal has made him, trying to get that magazine out without needing a bunch of updates pretty difficult, but we shall see. The football magazine's got their work cut out. with these
Seriously.
transfer portals. Okay, Tommy Farmer the fourth. So Zay was concerned about Tommy Farmer the fourth, but here's my thing. Why wouldn't you wait to see what Max Ballou is going to do?
Ain't about that. You gave up on me, Coach. Ain't about Max Ballou. You gave up on me. You said that
what? He thinks he's better than Jonah and Gasparino.
He's playing better than Gasparino.
Well, I don't know. He dropped 2 balls in the outfield against Florida when he hit the wall, and I get it. It's bad. There's no warning track at the dish. Gasparino's had some issues too, but Gasparino through the first half of the season was absolutely, I mean, you could make an argument he was one of the best center fielders in college baseball with what he was doing in the field and at the plate. Then the fuse box went off. In the last 23 games, he was batting 157.
See, when you're that far below the Mendoza line, yeah, you're struggling your ass off. If I'm Tommy Farmer, who was hitting better than that, I don't know exactly what he was hitting, but it was better than that during that stretch. Come on, Coach. Come on, man. Like, Tommy Farmer's been pretty solid all year long. Like, he doesn't have the upside like Will Gasparino, but he deserved more of a shot in this regional.
Well, he may have also gotten some good NIL money. This is a guy who couldn't get on the field the year before, probably should have been on the field. Got on the field, showed he can do some things, and he may have gotten a better offer. Remember, Texas spent some money on Easton Winfield.
Oh, my Lord.
Who needs to step it up next year.
Who needs to give that back? Some of it, at least. Some of it. Spread that around.
You know that ain't how it works.
Well, Easton Winfield, you got to take one for the team sometimes. Because you know you didn't do lickety-split this past season. Worthless. Like, look over guy. That's what we're calling Easton Winfield. You looking at the bench, you see him, you use his pushes. Like, who else we got? That's Easton Winfield. Gosh, he was bad.
Tommy Farmer batted .249. He had 1 home run and 25 RBI. Jonah Williams and Tommy Farmer played in 58 games. Jonah Williams played in 20. He batted .327 with 10 RBI. Easton Winfield batted .250. Had 1 home run, 8 RBIs, and played in 24 games. So now Texas did bring in a first baseman from Wichita State. Let me get you the deets on him. Josh Livingston. Josh Livingston has played for Wichita State over the previous 2 seasons. And he batted .324 with 19 homers and 64 RBI this past season.
Not bad.
I'll take that.
I'll take that too.
You're losing Kimball Schuessler.
Yeah.
So
shout out to Kimball Schuessler. I saw him at the game yesterday, softball game. He was in the stands taking pictures.
Up in OKC?
Up in OKC.
That's cool.
That's really cool.
Maybe he's dating one of the. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Maybe he's just a dirtbag.
Where's CJ Baxter at?
Right.
Where I don't see him in the stands. Can somebody find me a CB? Where he at?
He could be there. You ain't got no cameras. You ain't.
Because before I did this, I went on Mia Scott's Instagram just to make sure that photo when they were in New York together, NYC, Manhattan, living it up, Statue of Liberty and all, they still together. Them pictures are still up, which means they're still together because we know women are petty. Once it ends, she gonna take you off the profile, bro. She ain't gonna leave you up there. That's just not how it works. So since he's still there, then CJ, you could rehab later. Your woman's playing with a torn ACL.
He's in summer workouts.
Hell no. Sark he needs to understand. Steve Sarkisian needs to understand. Like, coach. And CJ ain't playing anyway right now. He's still rehabbing.
He's running.
Yeah, running, but he's not like officially cleared.
Listen. After Layla Filia followed Jonte Cook to Syracuse, all bets are off.
Oh, see, that's not a good example. That's not a good example. And we already made it a point that Layla Filia is changing Jonte Cook for the better. So that's
what you're hoping.
That is what I'm hoping because I believe in love. You know
what
I'm saying? I ain't out here sniping Cupid like you are.
I'm not sniping Cupid, but I need to make sure that my man is not sneaking around, sniffing in other guys' lockers.
I'm pretty sure CJ Baxter's not.
What does Steve Sarkisian say? How you do anything is how you do everything. If you're snooping around in other dudes' lockers looking for stuff to take.
We can't compare CJ Baxter and Jonte Felon Cook.
No, I know, but CJ Baxter wants to win a championship. You heard Lance, all the pressure's on Texas. Everybody thinks Texas is going to win. CJ Baxter's trying to be a leader. He's trying to be
support this woman for 3 days. 3 days, bruh. It's OKC. That's a 7-hour drive. That's not even
I can't believe the son of a coach is taking up this drumbeat right now.
I believe in love. Love and family come first before
Guess
sports.
what? Go tell that to Alan Clark. Go tell that to Chad Scott. These dudes are like, love. You can get that anywhere.
It'd be different. It'd be different if it was a different program that Mia Scott played on. She plays for the same university.
I got it.
It's bigger than, it's bigger than what you're making it seem, Chip. Like this
right.
is.
I'll find out for you if he's there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Because he can even be in the background because he wants to. He doesn't want to shy away from her limelight. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't want to share all that attention. This is her moment. And when football season comes around, she can support him. But yeah, that girl out here playing with a torn ACL. You better be there, CJ. I don't care how much that ticket costs. NIL, you got it. You got that paper. You need to be there, supporting your woman. Out here making plays, getting on base so Reese Atwood could do what she did. Changing the game. I appreciate that, CJ Baxter.
All right, we'll find out.
Find out. Thank you.
All right, so Tommy Farmer, the fourth, moving on. In comes my man. My new man at first base, Josh Livingston. Batted .324, 19 homers, 64 RBI. Sounds to me like Jim Schlossnagle is back at work.
Better be.
And I hear they got some studs coming in for visits here in this weekend.
Yeah, you better. Like, after that performance at the regional, UTSA, they in LA right now, living good. Feeling like they could go to Omaha on your expense. Yeah, you better be recruiting your ass off. No vacation for anybody. No one gets a vacation this offseason.
Hey, bold prediction. I got UTSA over UCLA.
That's not as bold as I think you think it is. I mean, outside looking in, G5 versus big time UCLA Power 4, sure. But that UTSA team, that ain't no normal ball club. I still get nightmares of McClure, that home run he hit off of Hudson Hamilton.
The bat flip.
Oh my goodness.
That was a sweet bat flip.
That was a pretty sweet bat flip. I hate how cool he looked. I hate how swagged out he looked. Hudson Hamilton had to grab the Johnson after that. He didn't know what to do.
He was looking for some kind of support. Did he take my nuts too? Let me check. Oh no.
Oh man.
All right. Mike G said at Ohio State and at Georgia. Do you think Texas wins both those games? Zay, you want that?
Yeah, I want that. I do.
First or me?
I'll take it first. I think they win both games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then this could be a real special season.
Yeah. Because both of those games are revenge games.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
That both of those teams ruined your season last year. Georgia didn't allow you to get no SEC championship, and they beat you twice. Ohio State didn't allow you to get no national championship. This is James Brown, the big payback. Like, this is what I'm talking about here. Yeah, we're going in with that type of energy, Mike G. Ant Hill, Colin Simmons, Mookie Taft, foaming at the mouth. You should have yeah, Jelani McDonald. You should have the
better more. The big Ocho. Where's the big Ocho?
Coach 420, Ocho.
I'm trying to give old Trey Moore some love.
Do you like Trey Moore, linebacker Trey Moore? How do you feel about that? How do you think that change is going to look?
Well, I think Trey Moore is a really, really hard worker. And I think he knows he's not an NFL edge guy. He's going to have to play outside linebacker in the NFL. So he's got to show he can drop into coverage and do linebacker things. And he's got the speed to do it. So I think he should be good. And he'll rush some. I mean, God bless. Think about all those pass rushers on the field together. Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, Anthony Hill, Trey Moore, Brad Spence, who had 6 sacks last year. Like that's, or what? Maybe it was 4.5. Sorry. But yeah. No, I like this Texas defense. Again, I need my man Murad Watson to be a total gangsta. He and Cole Brevard, Alex January keep coming on. Justice Terry. Hulk.
No, that's not a normal physique for a freshman. That photo, that
not a defensive tackle either. That dude, there's a reason they compare him to a young Jalen Carter, because Jalen Carter's built like that too. Jalen Carter, so athletic and strong, and
yeah, he was probably a pretty big piece for the Eagles' success this past year.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
Just a little bit. How about Moro Ojimo though? He was getting a lot of run with that.
He did. Moro Ojimo quietly had a really good year. Good for him. He deserves that. Because I remember when Moro Ojimo was in the doghouse for speaking to the media. You remember that?
Oh yeah, he spoke his mind.
Yeah, I didn't have nothing wrong with that. We ain't seen Moro Ojimo with the press in a long time.
We never saw him again after that. And all he was saying is, young guys, we're trying to show them the way. Okay, as far as Mike G, I think Texas loses at Georgia.
Ooh.
Now, I need to see Texas have a pulse against those dudes, because the most disappointing thing about the SEC championship game to me was the 18-play drive that sprouted from that fake punt. that was the game. That was the game. And I get it. You had Jody Barron in man coverage on the guy who ended up catching the pass on the fake punt, but he had to go through a bunch of traffic. And then, okay, you give up the fake punt. Does it have to turn into an 18-play drive?
Jeez.
And that's a lot. I know there were turnovers by the offense that really put the defense in a bad spot. And then, hell, if Jalen Gilbo is looking at, looking forward instead of back at Jody Barron, he would have seen I got to block this tight end. And my man Jody Barron could have had his third defensive touchdown before he left Texas. But, man,
yeah,
I need to see a little bit more. And
hair of the dog, yo, man, you need to check yourself into rehab because cocaine's not good. Crack, meth, whatever the hell you're doing to make this statement. Not going to win those games without scholarship Burt, all caps.
Hey, I'm all in on Mason Shipley.
Me too.
I've got a chance to talk to him, his brother, his family. I love this dude. And
his wife?
Montana?
That's his wife's name?
Yeah.
Montana? See, that's my favorite part of Mason Shipley because Burt Auburn was out here on 6th Street chasing the muff around, as the coach from Dazed and Confused says. Chasing the muff around. That's not how I want my kicker. I need my kicker locked in, stable. Wife and kids. I don't know if he got kids, but wife. Yeah, he's
no kids.
No kids. Okay, but wife though. That's because he just want to come home to her. That's it.
He married her. He married her after he got a scholarship from Texas State.
Ain't that beautiful? So now he can afford a ring. So I got a scholarship now. I ain't nickel and diamond. Now I can afford a ring that she deserves.
And some NIL money.
And some NIL money. You know what I'm saying? Wow, this dude, Burt Auburn's out here running the streets.
Hey, Burt Auburn is off in Coral Gables, Florida. You don't need to be worried about him no more.
It fits. It fits. Party boy Burt.
Well, if you look like him
in Miami,
you need to trade on. Hey, I'm the kicker.
Yeah, I'm the kicker. Look at my hair. Flopping in the wind. Burt, you ain't slick.
Man, I was cheering for Burt, and then he spit the bit on me, man.
See, my man Chan on the Coda text line talking about Zay, love, baby, love. Burt wasn't looking for no love, Chan. Burt was looking for something else. Lust. There was nothing love about Burt at all.
He's a sinner.
Yeah, Burt. My man intern Brock said he saw Burt with 3 honeys. 3.
Good for Burt.
I mean, yeah, on one side, good for Burt.
He's 20. He's living life. Leave him alone.
Fix Burt. Nah, see, no. I got too much on the line.
Hey, he's not your problem anymore.
That's true, but I'm just saying.
Like Bob Knight told me. My wife said, when the horse is dead, get off it. The Burt Auburn horse is dead. Now you're on to Mason Shipley.
That UTSD will always be there. Will always be there because that's team. You know how much I love this 2024 team. Love that team. Andrew Makuba. Like, come on. Alfred Collins. Quinn. Like.
Yeah, I need Murad Watson to make me forget about Alfred Collins. That's going to be hard to do. I need Arch to stay healthy and just be Arch. I know Arch is going to be good. Just stay healthy. That dude, he was hard on himself after those 2 interceptions against ULM. He came out against Mississippi State and he was rolling. Like, Arch made adjustments. Arch is going to be fine. Now, I need Ryan Wingo to take it up a notch. I need Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, to be money. Remember, 3 of his touchdowns were on 4th down. When it had to happen, they went to him. That reminds me of A.D. Mitchell. I like that. A.D. Mitchell, no one ever questioned if A.D. Mitchell was going to make the big catch. He always made the big catch. On 3rd and 12 from the 13 against TCU when Texas was leaking oil all over the field. They're only up 29-26 after being up 26-6. Who'd they go to? A.D. Mitchell on a fade route. 35 yards down the field. Hello? A.D. Mitchell always made the big play. And if Ewers throws a back shoulder ball instead of a jump ball in the end zone against Washington, we're in overtime or a win. I hope Arch knows the difference of when to throw that jump ball and when to throw that back shoulder ball. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying.
Arch is a little bigger, a little taller, maybe has a little better sight line. See where the defender's playing him.
Yeah.
But yeah, if Murad Watson can make me forget about Alfred Collins, if Cole Brevard can make me forget about Jermaine Lolay or Vernon Broughton, then this team could be, where is it, Miami this year? That'd be good because I've never been to Miami.
Like ever, or just the
No. To cover a Orange Bowl.
Okay.
Like,
well, it sucks because the stadium's nowhere close to the actual city. It's like 40 minutes away or something.
I hear it's awful, actually.
It's not good. It's not. You're probably better off staying in Fort Lauderdale because Miami is so expensive and stuff, and it's not even close to the stadium anyway. But
yeah, it is Miami. It's Hard Rock, January 19th.
Ooh.
All right, Texas needs to be in Miami. I'm just going to say it. So, I need these fellas to make I need Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to make me forget about Matt Golden.
Damn.
Because Golden did what A.D. Mitchell did. Who's going to be worthy? D. Moore or one of the freshmen? Let's see if one of these freshmen uses the summer to really be nails, because all of them had ups and downs. Like I heard they all had ups and downs, all had good days, bad days. And
you mean one of the early enrollee freshmen or one of the freshmen that are now sophomores? Or
no, Michael Terry III, Jamie French, Kalik Lockett.
Right.
Dalen McCutcheon was the most consistent. Day.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on Day.
Well coached.
Well coached by Todd Dodge.
Yeah.
For 1 year. Lovejoy, you know.
That's all you need for a coach like Todd Dodge. It's all a kid needs.
That's right.
Change your whole life, your whole outlook.
I love that story Todd Dodge told us, because he's like, he met Day his first day on the job, and he was introduced by Ryan Day. And Todd Dodge was like, oh, man, this kid's going to get the big head. If Ryan Day is the one introducing me to this kid. And then he said Dalen McCutcheon was the best teammate, always early, coaching everybody up. I'm excited about Dalen McCutcheon. But let's see if any of these other guys can get talked up, And I'm telling you, Grayson Littleton, we got to keep an eye on that, because they've changed their mind about Derek Williams at star, or at least Sark's playing poker. Because I talked to him in Destin, and I said, you see Derek Williams at safety or at star? And he's like, safety. I'm like, okay, well then who's competing at star? And he's like, well, we could put Gilbo back. He said, but Wardell Mack and Grayson Littleton. And I know they're crazy about Grayson Littleton. I know that. Like, if Grayson Littleton keeps on the path that he was on, Grayson Littleton is going to be playing as a true freshman. Football IQ.
Tough spot. That's a tough place to be as a freshman.
It is.
You saw Jalen Gilbo play that spot as a freshman before he got hurt. Like Jalen Gilbo was playing more than Jade Barron was.
Yep.
At one point.
That's right.
Then he got injured, and that kind of changed the trajectory of, that season and the season after that. And now Jalen Gilbo has found the rhythm. But yeah, it don't matter how old you are. If you're good enough, Steve Sarkisian is going to give you a chance. And I can appreciate that about him. And I'm sure his players do also.
Yeah. All right, let's get some mentions here. We'll get into the commentary on a Off the Rails Thursday right here on Chip and Zay. I want you to hear about our guys, Dr. Chad at the Sleep Cycle Center, from him in his own words.
My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
Here we go. SleepCycleCenters.com, and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you $100 off your sleep study. Dr. Chad Denman basically giving that sleep study away to make sure that if you're suffering from sleep apnea, you get it diagnosed and you get a treatment plan. I heard there was a good turnout at Cover 3 for Game 1 of the Women's College World Series. So it's a go-to spot. And you've got Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. Great food, great place to hang out, great place to watch your favorite team. NBA Finals, perfect reason to go to Cover 3 tonight when you have two big sporting events going on at once. Women's College World Series Game 2 and the NBA Finals. Get over to Cover 3. Get the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the brick chicken and mac and cheese. Cover 3. And hey, AV Consultations. That's our man, Tom McKay. If you're ready for the big screen of your dreams in Austin, Texas, there is only one person to call. That is our man, Tom McKay, AV Consultations, great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered. And I'm a great supporter of his. He's put big screen TVs into 3 different houses for me here in Austin. And you're busy. You don't need to be a weekend warrior lugging TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. That's what he does. From the free consultation to installation, Tom and his crew bring everything to you, whether it's big screens, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting, avconsultations.com, or just call 255-8678. All right, Zay, on this Off the Rails Thursday, I did the Insider today on Texas's nation-leading 11-game winning streak in college football in true road games. Streak that dates back to 2022. Oregon is second with 7 straight wins in true road games. Obviously, I wanted to write about it because Texas is opening at Ohio State against the defending national champs. That 11-game winning streak is going to be put to the test. And so I went through it and looked at each of those wins. And some were better than others. The win at Alabama, probably going to be hard to beat. The win at Michigan, I think, still ranks way up there. The win at A&M at the end of the season with the SEC championship game on the line, that was a tale of two halves. Texas got up 17-0 at halftime, was playing great. The defense was outstanding. Defense ended up being the star of that game, just like they were the star of the Arkansas game, because the offense, that was a tough game for Quinn Ewers. It was weird. He missed open deep balls. He missed that crossing route to Gunnar Helm at the goal line from like 7 yards away. It was a weird game, off game for Quinn, especially coming off the great game he had against Florida, where he threw for 5 touchdowns, no picks. But we look at the Ohio State game, and I think this is going to be so much fun. I just think you got an Ohio State team with new blood. You got a Texas team with some new faces on the offensive and defensive line. But you got Arch Manning, and I think, like my man Barry Switzer told me, when most other things are equal, go with the team with the best quarterback. And I want to see that this year. I want to see Arch Manning. I want to see him be the difference in these games. I'm looking forward to seeing that, because I think he's got tools.
Yeah, Texas fans, get used to saying slide, Arch, slide, because that's what I think about.
Just get ready to say, oh, wow, did you see that deep ball? Because I'm telling you,
you say that a lot more.
That's going to be the difference.
Yeah.
You know, Sarkisian would like to hit 3 of those a game. That's ambitious. Arch hit 3 of those in the first 10 minutes that he was playing against UTSA. And I get it. UTSA wasn't great last year, but UTSA is a well-coached team under Jeff Traylor. Now, he was digging in the pile, you know, in the transfer portal for other people's cast-offs like Denver Harris and Kendrick Blackshire, but because he's sick and tired of everybody coming and taking his best players after he coaches them up. I hope he can figure it out, but that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah.
And then tonight, let's go. Everybody's got to step up. Everybody's got to step up. Reese Atwood broke the seal. Let's see if she can parlay it. And I'm sure we're going to see Tegan Cavan at some point. And that's who I want to see on the mound, because I think she is possessed to win this. I loved her mojo this whole tournament, this whole Women's College World Series. I told my wife, if Tegan Cavan gets out of this jam against OU, they're going to win. And they did. And Cavan's not, there are no slip-ups late with her. If you get her, you get her early. There are no slip-ups late. Like, she is Rivera when it comes to closing games out. If you get to her, yeah,
into the Sandman, Mariano Rivera.
So I'll take Texas tonight. Tegan Cavan, Reese Atwood.
I'd start her. Like, I wouldn't even play with it. Love you, Mac Morgan, but it's that record over Najee Kennedy, way Tegan Cavan's playing. Like, that's why you use Cambria Salmon and Mac Morgan early on in the postseason, so you could save that arm just a little bit more, because it seemed like she was kind of slowing down and a little fatigued, Tegan Cavan, at a certain point of this year or towards the end. And now she's found that juice back. Yeah, I like Texas chances tonight. it's going to be hard for Tech to come back after last night. Like, it'd be hard for anyone to come back in that situation. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But great chip shot, my guy. Let's get to the right call. Before that, though, got to give a shout out to McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about upgrading your kitchen, remodeling your bathroom, adding some new life to your outdoor space, call the guys that have been doing it for over 40 years. McCall Custom Homes. They are the best, licensed and insured, top quality at affordable prices, in-house architects, over 50 years of combined experience for our guys at McCall Custom Homes. Mike and his pops do a hell of a job, and they will handle your permitting process. They will work with your insurance, so it's an easy transition, and you could add just that newness to your home that you always been dreaming of for a price that is absolutely affordable. And if you want to check out their work, check them out at Facebook and Instagram at McCall Custom Homes. Hit them up, our guy Mike, at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. Shoot them an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com and hit up their website at mccallcustomhomesaTX.com. They will transfer your home one dream at a time. McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home. And Leaf Landscape Supply, if you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, Leaf Landscape Supply is the place to be. Full service wholesale and retail plant, nursery, and landscape supplier in the ATX. Go visit both of their amazing locations off of 290 and Monterey Oaks down south, and off of Pond Springs Road up north. They are the best in the business, large quantities of supplies. It's amazing. Bag soil, bamboo, fruit, seeds, scrubs, trees. They got all that online. And remember, when you go in store, let them know the crew from TSU put you on, and you get 10% off. 10% off if you let them know that you heard from Texas Sports Unfiltered at Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership, that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it well. If you don't want to take my word for it, then listen to these fine folks.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
See, if they could take care of Michael Griffin, who owes your boy Zay Collier $1,000, then they could take care of anybody. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, NBA Finals tonight. Adam Silver said yesterday when he was on one of those Fox shows that this is like if the Packers played the Steelers in the Super Bowl. Why are people complaining about these small market teams? Packers and Steelers are small market teams. This is just like that. Adam Silver, you're a great salesman, bro, because it ain't nothing like that. But I see what you're trying to do. I'm locked in. I'm going to have it on record because I got to watch Texas softball, but I'm locked in. I'm going to have a lot of fun with this series. I don't see a sweep here. Lance mentioned that. I don't see a sweep. I see this game going at least 6. This series going at least 6. I think that Chet Holmgren, Pascal Siakam matchup. I know Lance talked about Chet Holmgren playing well. Muted.
Sorry, I love how you call him Czech Holmgren.
Yeah, Chet Holmgren, same difference.
Like he's checking.
What I'm talking about. But I think Pascal Siakam could give him work. Like, I think that's going to be a very tough match.
Pascal Siakam he's the X factor.
He is. Like, he's a tough guard, man. Like, he can shoot the three. He can take you off the dribble. He runs the floor like a deer, so he gets transition buckets. And when you have a point guard like Tyrese Halliburton that's always looking up whenever he catches the ball from defense to offense, you better be able to run too. And I'm not saying Chet can't run, but this is a different matchup than all the guys that he's faced up to this point. And SGA, MVP, what is he going to bring to the table? The matchups against him, how is that going to look with Neesmith and Nembhard? Because they're not going to be able to stop him, but are they going to be able to slow him down? Fun fact here, Chip, Andrew Nembhard is also Canadian, like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So SGA mentioned in one of the pressers, he's known Andrew Nembhard since he was 9 years old. Maybe that could play into Andrew Nembhard's favor, especially since they played this summer for Canada in the Olympics. Andrew Nembhard got to see SGA every day in a different light that some of these other NBA players that go against SGA don't get to see. When you see a guy's practice habits, that's a little bit more of a scouting report than the normal, I just see him game to game. So maybe Andrew Nembhard, maybe that could work to his advantage. I don't think it's going to work very much, but it could more than other defensive opponents against SGA. The J-Dub matchup, Jalen Williams, if he kills, then maybe it could be 5 games. OKC's way, they're hoisting up the Larry O'Brien trophy. He's a heck of a player. His growth last year and the second year to this year, year 3, being an all-defensive player, being an all-star, being a third-team all-NBA player, that's what you want. Like, he was a steal in the draft, 2023 draft. I think he was the 12th pick out of Santa Clara. He hit a growth spurt late in his life, or in his, older teenage life. He went from 6'1" to 6'7", like that. And he just had really good ball skills and ball handling skills as a 6'1" player. And when he got that height, that completely changed his game. And now he's one of the top players in the association. He's been the X factor for OKC throughout these playoffs, because it doesn't allow you just to lock in on SGA. You got to worry about J-Dub, Jalen Williams, who's a heck of a player. So that's the matchup that's going to be interesting for Indiana. Who's going to guard him and who's going to try to slow them down? And then your favorite guy, Caruso, how is that going to look on Halliburton? How is Wallace and Dort? How are those guys going to play Halliburton? Is Halliburton going to be able to score like he did or like he's done majority of the playoffs? Because he's a pass first point, but him scoring, him knocking down threes, him getting to the hole, him just putting constant pressure on his opponents, that's why the Indiana Pacers are where they are. So if he could continue that, then I see this series going 6, but that's as far as I see it going. The Pacers know they're at an underdog. They're the underdog. I think they have the coaching advantage in Rick Carlisle over Mark Daigneault, not because Mark Daigneault, doesn't know what he's doing, but Rick Carlisle's been there and done that. He was the underdog when he had the 2011 Dallas Mavericks against the LeBron James Miami Heat. So he's been the underdog before. This isn't nothing new to him. Rick Carlisle's a brilliant basketball mind. And if he could get his guys ready, Miles Turner, he has to have a good series for Indiana to even have a chance. If somehow Rick Carlisle could win a couple of games just by being the better, more experienced coach, that's going to be huge for Indiana's success. But overall, I just think the Thunder have too much. Even though they're young, that's been my number one question mark for them, is how inexperienced they've been. When you bring in guys like Hartenstein and guys like Caruso who have a lot of experience to them, Alex Caruso being a bubble champion with the Lakers, like, they got guys to help that veteran leadership role that I didn't see last year, along with the rest of their team. That the young core, Sam Presti, they've done a hell of a job. Mark Daigneault's done a hell of a job. Can they keep that momentum up that we've seen the first 3 series into the finals? I think they can, and I think they're going to end up winning in 6.
Well, it's amazing when you talk about SGA, you talk about Chet Holmgren, and then you can flip it and talk about Caruso, Wallace, and Harkenstein and how good they are defensively. Dort. Again, the thing that I find most interesting is the difference between this team and the team that was so superstar loaded in OKC with Durant, Harden, Westbrook, and Serge Ibaka, and that this team is a little more selfless and a little bit more committed to the dirty work. They've got a superstar, obviously, in SGA, but the Durant, Westbrook, Harden team, they didn't quite know how to set each other up. Westbrook had the ball in his hands, and there were times you're like, give up the ball. You're playing with Kevin Durant.
That pride, baby.
And as much as Durant always said, I love Russ, Durant left. Because, first of all, he got courted. The whole Warriors team went and met him. Like, that's hard to beat.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Draymond Green was busy doing something and got pulled into that trip to go meet Durant and never, always held it against Durant or whatever happened there at the end, but Durant left. This team, this Thunder team, they embrace their roles, man. And Caruso, as crazy as that dude is, and he's an Aggie, that dude has a basketball IQ off the charts. Like, he looks like he's in total control at all times. And he's the guy who makes everyone else frustrated. And it kind of reminds me of Dennis Rodman in a way. They're totally different players, but Rodman rarely got off kilter. He was always trying to get under your skin. And in Caruso, I swear to God, I think half the league looks at him and is like, that dude can't be that good, but he is.
Oh, he's respected, man.
Yeah.
He's respected. Like, if they win a championship, I'm always going to look at that game 7 against the Nuggets and the job that he did on the Collier.
Right.
Are you serious?
Right.
Like,
That's
this guy.
It's a great call.
Like, how is this 6'4" guy guarding maybe
That's what I mean.
One of the greatest centers, is one of the greatest centers we've ever seen come through this league.
Right. Most guys, they'd be panicking and they'd be out of position, and Jokic would smell it and he'd work that dude over like a heavy bag. And Caruso was bouncing light on his feet, getting in the way, gumming things up. And that dude's bounced around. I mean, he reminds me of a defensive Robert Horry. Like, he's become that guy. Oh, we got to win a championship. We got to go get Caruso.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I hope he gets paid like that.
Yeah, he makes a good amount.
How would you? I haven't, paid a ton of attention to him, like in terms of what he's like as a person off the court. Do you have any feel for that?
So he actually works out for with my man Zach Urbanus every summer.
He works out with Zach.
Yeah, he works out with Zach, who I went.
Hell, we need to get Zach on.
Yeah. Yeah, so he has a house in Austin. And he's always here working out and stuff. Loves his golf. He's a College Station, raised kid, obviously not obviously, but going to A&M. Big reason why, because he's from College Station.
Did he go to Bryan or A&M Consolidated? Do we know?
Consolidated.
Okay.
Consolidated. Yeah.
Look at this. DJ Augustine joining the Rockets front office today.
I
That's why
it.
Chris Bennett is the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. All right, let's bring in the open gym, fellas. Patrick Davis and Matt Galatzan. Matt is in the dark.
He's got the new setup going, but no, I mean,
I got the new
Alex
setup.
Caruso. This is why the Aggies are the worst. Alex Caruso is the best basketball player to come out of A&M for, I mean, other than him and Chris Middleton. And then they arrest him for weed in like 2020, 2021.
Oh,
yeah. Popping for weed.
They don't even test. They don't even test for that in the NBA anymore.
No. And in College Station, you're going to get Alex Caruso in College Station. If it was in Austin, fine, but it's in College Station. You're supposed to let that guy walk.
I forgot about that.
I'm telling you what, Chris Middleton and Caruso and DeAndre Jordan.
DeAndre Jordan too, yeah.
AC Law.
AC Law was great in college. He just didn't do it.
Yeah,
he was a problem, but yeah, a little too short. And then, yeah, man, if you ain't over 6'3", it's a problem when you get to the NBA. Look, you can tell 6'3". Look at Russell Westbrook and how good he is, and everyone's like, we're good. We don't need you. Sorry, you're 6'3". There's a million of you. We don't have to deal with you. So we'll just go get someone else who's pretty good, and then we'll be fine. But if you're like 7'1", they're like, can you move? All right, perfect. Put on a uniform. We'll throw you in there somewhere.
Especially if Don Nelson was still.
Well, Don Nelson wasn't Don Nelson just he loved all the big guys with the big guts. He'd get them and tell them to bulk up, and then forgot to tell them about a gym.
Right. He loves stick men.
Yeah.
I mean, Sean Bradley, Manute Bowles, like, what are we doing here? But
yes.
All right, fellas.
Good stuff.
See you guys.
Appreciate you guys. We
Appreciate
will see
y'all.
you back tomorrow here for more as we get through the week. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Thursday afternoon as we get into College World Series Game 2 tonight, and the NBA playoffs begin tonight, and we keep things rolling along here on Open Gym. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you guys are the third member of Open Gym. We love it when you join in the chat, like man CB, doing the honorary producer, the volunteer producer job, the best in the business. And then we got the code of text line, too, 512-222-9328. You can send in text there. We got that up. I get that up on the screen as well. Matt, new setup going? You ready to rock and roll with the new setup?
I am. It is a little dark. I'm going to try and fix that at some point while you're talking. But,
you just have to get that ring cam, man. Get that ring cam going. I used to have to do it every morning on the horn.
I ordered this 4K webcam, and I can't find the remote for it to adjust the brightness. So I need to find that, and then I can start using that. But we'll switch at some point. Hopefully people can tell a difference.
There you go. But, yeah, I like it. You got your stuff. You got the what's that, the 05 championship helmet, right?
Yeah, I got the 05 championship helmet right here. I got my Earl Campbell signed jersey that I bought for my dad at an auction, and then he told me he didn't want it, so I kept it. and then this picture right here is Cedric Benson. My sister got that for me signed when I was for my high school graduation, I think.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I was telling Matt sent this to me yesterday. I said we have the most Earl stuff up. Mine's a little bit more hidden. So if I find the right way to point over here, this one right here, this Texas hat is signed by Earl, and that one's to Patrick. So I was like that. It's kind of got like the cartoon Longhorn, like angry cartoon Longhorn. So I love that one. And then I pulled this one off so we could see it. If I can get it up to the camera, if we can get it, that's the signed Earl card that I always have up on the wall too. That's, I think, his first NFL card. Nice. So, but I have that one that I've had for pretty much my whole life. So I've got those up there. That's when he was playing for the Oilers right there. We see that one. That's a Love You Blue sign from back there. So we got plenty of Earl Campbell love here on Open Gym.
I was just joking about my dad not wanting the jersey, but Earl Campbell is probably his favorite football player of all time. So, he's the GOAT. He's definitely the GOAT.
Yeah. I mean, and that's, I just laugh too, because it's like I have a lot of these hats back here autographed. And now I'm the least autograph hunter-y person out there. And I found some other cards with autographs on them that were cool. And I'm like, oh, these are cool because I had them when I was a kid. So there's kind of nostalgia to it. But I'm just not an autograph hunter at all now. So I don't So now I have them like, well, the ones I have are cool, but there's none more being added to my collection. The Ric Flair boot was a gift, which I gave that friend back a George St. Pierre MMA glove signed. So we had to go back and forth on that one. So, but I'm not much of an. Are you still an autograph guy, or do you not really go for them anymore? Once you get in, like, it's a weird thing of being too privileged in media. Once you meet enough people, and then you're like, well, I don't. Now it's weird.
Yeah, I was an autograph guy when I was a kid, and then once I started getting into media, and like within the first team I ever covered was the Dallas Mavericks, and within the first like 3 months, I had done like stand-up, group interview things with like Kobe and LeBron and Dirk and Kevin Durant and like all these stars. So they're like at a certain point, you're like, okay, like asking, like Jalen Smith for his autograph feels really weird.
It is. It just does at a certain point, and it's like, I don't know. It becomes a weird thing. CB, I love it. You're getting your cards autographed. Who's the best one you've gotten recently, CB? Let me know which the best one you've gotten recently.
Plus,
Rod's good at signing cards. He's good at that.
Plus, like, you kind of get a sense for how annoyed these guys get with even just like answering questions with the media. So you can imagine like seeing somebody out in public while they're just trying to enjoy their dinner and like running up to them and asking for an autograph. I'm sure they're just like, you just know that it annoys them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny because some of those guys, it's really cool. Depending on when it is, if you can hit it right. There's one that says it's dumb. Oh, Chance Mock. Nice. And shout out Tim Campbell. Unfortunately passed away, but the Campbells. I got to hit up TC. His team's in the finals. If anybody didn't know, Tyler Campbell, TC Earl's son, he does a great show. Motivational speaker. He's been, his battle with MS. He's just one of the nicest, coolest dudes you'll ever see. We used to hang out together so many when we were working together at the Horn, and just a nice guy. But we'd always talk Thunder basketball. He's a Thunder fan, so I'm sure he is pumped for tonight. My man TC. Shout out to TC. The Campbells there, since we're giving some love to Earl. But yeah, that's there is a certain. I remember, as dumb as it is, there was we were at a bar one time. And me and my buddy were sitting there, and the drummer from Rat, which could tell you enough all you got to know about my musical taste, but the drummer from Rat was at the bar. My buddy's like, dude, that's Bobby Blotzer. It's the drummer from Rat. And then we were going to go over and say hi to him, and then he was talking to a girl. And we're like, don't do it. This is not the time. This is not the time to go talk to the guy. Well, so we waited, and then a little bit later, he was hanging out with someone we knew. And so then we could go in and hang out with him for a little bit. And then we're doing shots with him, and then we were just laughing because he gave me the rest of his shot to do. And I was like, I drank from the cup of rats for just drunk idiot and pissing off my buddy's girlfriend immensely by continuing to say that while she drives home a drunk guy. So good times back in my youth. But even then, not an autograph hunter at that point. So, no disrespect to anybody who does like autograph hunting and people going out to get them. Like, again, I found an old David Robinson and Avery Johnson signed card when I was going through some other stuff the other day, and they're up now on that little shelf right there. But it's still like I would ask for them now, but now that then I find them and I'm like, oh, these are cool to have. I like having them.
Yeah, I mean that's what's so cool about this helmet is like I didn't go up and ask for 35 guys autographs. This was a gift from a buddy of mine. Like it's got like Rod Wright and Vince Young on it. Ramonce Taylor's on there. So it's got like 30 guys on it.
Nice.
And I'm over at my buddy's house. Like I was just in Dallas for dinner with him and my girlfriend and his wife. And he had just bought a new house. He was like, hey, you guys need to come over and check out the house. It was like right around the corner. So we're like, all right, cool. We're going to go check out the house. He goes, I have something for you in the garage. I'm like, okay, like cool. It's like probably some stupid little thing. He pulls out this helmet. He's like, I don't have anywhere to put this in my house. Do you want it? I'm like, dude, that's probably worth like $5,000. You're just gonna give it to me? He's like, yeah, I don't have anywhere to put it. Like, yeah, I'll take it. This is really freaking cool.
Yeah. So a question to the chat. Anybody in there? What's the best autograph that you have, and where do you have it displayed if you have it? Let me know in the chat with those autographs. Yeah, I think the last guy asked for one was for a charity event we were doing. And I was interviewing Mick Foley, who's a wrestler, who's Mankind and Dude Love and all that, Cactus Jack. So I was interviewing him, and then I was like, we get an autograph so we can auction it off? But then the weirdest part is he had a thing where he used to put a sock on his hand and then shove it down people's throats to do his finishing move, which is a mandible claw, which is a whole thing about the guy from The Fugitive actually became a wrestler after like the whole Fugitive thing. And that was his move because he was a dentist. It's a weird, just weird history for you there. But we do that. So then he's signing up, but he's signing socks for us to get away. And we're like, and I was just like, everything you've done in your career, is it weird to just have to sign socks now? And he's like, yeah, it's a weird thing, but that's what people want. So we had some, so I don't have any of those. But I got those signed for a charity event that we were doing. So that's normally now, if I'm asking for an autograph, it's like from a work setting, getting somebody to sign something for charity.
Yeah, I think the last autograph I asked for, I have this hat over here. I'll grab it real quick, but it was Ricky Williams after the year that he broke the record. And my dad took me to a Cotton Bowl practice at SMU. And I was like, 11 years old probably. And I got all these players to sign it. And,
nice.
Like Mac Brown signed it. Ricky Williams signed it. Major Applewhite. Like pretty much all my favorite players signed it. So I think that was the last time I asked anyone. But then you start working at it. And for whatever reason, then you're like, well, I'm just never going to ask anybody again. So it's a weird thing. We don't. But if you have any, throw those in the chat. Would love to hear you guys' favorite autographs. So we see Matt's new sleek setup going for us here on Open Gym. Matt, did you get to watch the softball game at all last night? I did. That's the first softball game I've watched from like pretty much beginning to end.
And it was a good one to do it on. That game, the emotions that I went through during that game should not be coming out of a grown man who covers sports for a living watching it. But it is for a national championship. So I'll throw in the stakes are very, very high. But watching that game and Kennedy is just such a good pitcher. Watching her go to work, and then Kavan is also just so like the pitchers duel going back and forth, and you're just watching it, and they get out. Texas gets out of trouble in the first, and they keep rolling along, and then you get to the fifth inning, and the fifth inning drove me like I should not have gotten as mad as I got. For someone who's not I don't want to say I'm bandwagoning this Texas softball team because it's a Texas team and I root for, I'm rooting for Texas teams all year long, but I have not followed this team all year long to the extent of how mad I was. Like mad. Like we throw it all out now. The ball softball, the whole season's done now because of the call, which if you didn't see what the call was, basically a runner tries to steal second base on Texas. Reese Atwood throws her out by 4 feet, 3, 4, 5 feet. I mean, the tag's put on. It's a ways.
6 to 8 feet. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a ways that this tag is put on out by a mile. Everyone's like, move on. Texas Tech comes out to challenge. We're all wondering what they say, interference. And then we can all watch it and say, maybe the foot was a little inside, but again, common sense would tell you not a problem. You just common sense. This is an out. That's a BS challenge. They're just trying to, find a way to get a turnover or get someone back on base. And by the way the rule was written, they could sit and say, well, we're trying to find any way out of this. But the way the rule is written, technically, and the thing was, from what everyone was saying, now I guess these announcers were not the best, know the most about softball, but they're like, it's a borderline call anyway. So been easy enough to overturn or just keep it there and say, no, it's out. And I don't think anyone would have complained. Everyone would have moved on. Texas Tech would not have come back the next day and said, we got hosed on that call. None of that would have happened. And it's, it's something I want to get into in a minute, but about common sense rules. But then we get to the next thing. And now you're sitting there going, well, now they got a lead. And you can't ever really, really get mad at losing a 1-0 game, which is kind of annoying too, which is pissing me off because you're like, you can't really get mad because you can't win a game 0-0. So you were going to have to score a point. But in my head, I'm like, they may have robbed us of this great, 15-inning game where these two great pitchers are going at it and throw 200 pitches each, and they've robbed us from that. And then we get to them trying to intentionally walk Reese Atwood, who's one of the greatest hitters, if not the greatest hitter in Texas softball history, but has been cold in the Women's College World Series, did not have a hit so far in the Women's College World Series. And she waits till a 3-0 to 2-0. Texas steals to make it to get to second, which Texas Tech doesn't throw on because we're intentionally walking her. Like, we have made the call. The catcher is not sitting down. The catcher is standing straight up, but the ball's coming in a little low. Kennedy doesn't do intentional walk. She doesn't want to do an intentional walk. She'd rather pitch to Reese Atwood. So I don't know if this was her going against the coach a little bit and being like, no, I still want to pitch, so I'm showing my disdain for you saying I can't get her out because I know I can, or what. But Atwood just, on a 3-0 pitch, takes a shot, puts it in the outfield. Texas gets 2 runs in. That's enough. Kavan hangs on. I was also a little annoyed at the end because Mike White then trying to takes the thunder away from us getting mad about silly rules and the way things are called for calling for batter interference to get the last out of the game. And you're like, hey, Mike, we're kind of all really pissed at the umps right now, and we can get one more out. Could you not challenge this so we have a little bit like we have a little bit more moral leg to stand on, as opposed to you also challenging something, which I think was probably closer to being a real thing than what they called in the 5th inning. But they're not going to make that call to end the game, and they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Again, common sense, they should not have made it. It was an insane game to watch. It was so much fun to see Atwood get that and get one of the biggest hits in Texas baseball history in her career, all of that on an intentional walk. That's just the stories on that where, well, they intentionally walked her and then she hit in 2 runs. And you go, well, how do those things work together? And like, shouldn't have. But a great showing there for Texas softball. What was your takeaway from watching all of it?
Man, I like I said, I'd never watched a softball game all the way through. I at the most watched like an inning or a couple of highlights or something like that. Edited a bunch of softball stories from my website, so like I know the players and I know the scores and the good, like all that kind of stuff, but I'd never really sat down and taken in a softball game. And my biggest takeaway from all of this is that obstruction is the stupidest rule in any sport that I've ever seen. Like in baseball, an obstruction is very clear. Like if you're if a fielder is standing in the way of a runner getting to the base and he doesn't have the ball, that's obstruction. Right? In softball, if your like foot is in the wrong position, even if you're 10 feet away from the bag, then I mean it's like I don't understand it. Like the point is to get them out, right? That's the point. So why are we letting them get the bag? You shouldn't let them get the bag. Especially like it shouldn't matter if you're tagging them 10 feet away from the bag anyway. So that was one thing. And then on the other side, the whole like, elbow to the ump's mask, like that whole thing, I was just like, oh my God, like what are these, like there was so many challenges and reviews in the last 2 innings of that game. I was like what are we doing? Just play the game. Like if this was baseball, people would be having a heart attack.
Yeah,
but since it's softball, it's fine.
Well, no, and I think that is, and that's kind of the big, it's overshadowed what was an awesome win for Texas, which was against the will, and I Mike White, a great job by the coaching staff and the leaders on that team to get them past that, because it is like you're on a team that can drag you down, and that could have been 3-4 runs allowed because it's just in your head of, well, it doesn't matter what we do. It's fixed against us, and it's real easy to get into that mindset. So for them to be able to stay on track, and then, get that rally in the 6th inning and get a couple people on base, because the Reese Atwood hit's huge, but it doesn't matter if you don't get 2 people on base first. So, to get those people on base, then to have Reese Atwood have the presence of mind to say, I'm a good enough hitter that this is near the zone. I've hit these pitches a million times in batting practice when someone's a little bit high. And I know how to hit this. And this one's the easiest pitch I'm going to see all night, because she's not trying to, throw it in at a top speeds. So I might as well take a hack at it and see what I can do.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of that you love to see. But yeah, it comes down to, and this is in a lot of sports, This is not just softball. There's a part of the thing, and this happened to football in the NFL with the whole challenging pass interference and why the pass interference thing was so hard to deal with, which is the league and the refs council and everybody else, all the people that are in charge of it, don't want the referees to ever feel like they're making a judgment call. They want things to be by the book. This is what it is. There's no judgment needed. You don't have to be someone to think, oh, that's close or not. So we're going to try and make the rules as clear as possible. However, that's not how life works. So there always will be judgment calls. That's why you should hire people that can have good judgment, and they can use their judgment in places like this, that it's not a crazy, like it's a common sense call. This person's out. There's no reason they should have never been out. They're out. It just is what it is. They're out, and I don't care what you challenge at this point, unless you say that there's some, unless you say, well, the person at first base held her arm so she couldn't run. Okay, cool. Then we did it, but no, that wasn't there. By the way, they also challenged Texas taking off too soon because a person's foot wasn't on the bag. It was next to the bag. And so they challenged that to try and get a clear steal taken off the board as well. And again, Mike White challenged something to end the game on something that was kind of a screwy call. All of these things together are just the problem of not being able to say, stop challenging BS technicalities. It makes the game a million times worse. It makes viewing the game a million times worse. All it does is piss off everybody involved for coaches to try and get cheap wins. And it sucks. Nobody enjoys it. I didn't enjoy Mike White doing it at the end of the game for Texas. If the game would have ended there, it would have annoyed me. So I'm like, just get the final out. Just get it. And they did. The next play, they got it. No problem. Yeah. And they were like, it's such a more satisfying end to it. But we've seen this. We see this in basketball when, they do the challenges now and there's no good judgment on the challenges. They just walk in and go, well, we're trying to find a reason to uphold our call. So even though we knew we blew the call, we're going to uphold what we want because this is not about judgment. This is about technicalities of the rule. In the NFL, on pass interferences and holdings, they can always go back and go, well, technically, you go, well, then you miss 90 calls a game. How is there a way that cross sports to try and just let officials know we will hate you no matter what? There's nothing you can do that is going to make us not in the moment want to kill you. That's the job. Your job is, I'm going to piss off at least half of these people because they need a place for their anger to go because their team's losing. It's in there. And it'll dissipate by the end. And if it doesn't, some of those people need to, get help if it doesn't go down, in a day. But you have to be able to say, we have to stand on common sense judgments at a point and trust that we have referees to do that and umpires to do that. And if we don't, then there will never be a point. All the reviews you want to do and everything else come down to dumb technicalities that make the game worse. And if you're not watching this saying, we're on ESPN, there's nothing else really going on, we're the prime sporting event in the country right now, this is big for our sport, what do we want to do? Do we want to put on a really good game, or do we want to show people how stupid this sport can be? And that's, again, every sport does this, so it's not a shot at softball. There's a shot at what happened last night, not at softball in general. But when you see that, you have to think, if you're running softball league, you have to go, what the hell are you thinking? What the hell is that call? There's not one person from Tech who would have been mad the next day. There would have been no story about it. Nothing would have come up about it. You're in the Jerry Jones school of marketing right now. No press is bad press. So to everybody tell how messed up softball is. So they don't want, I don't get it.
Yeah, it's, reviews are a major problem, I think, in all sports. Like last night's game just kind of intensified it a little bit for us, I think, because it's Texas and it's a national title game and all that stuff. But like, if I have to see LeBron throw his hands in the air and do this one more time, I'm going to jump out of my own skin. Like, it's become a thing where everybody's trying to goad and influence the referees into making challenges in their favor, because they know that if they put enough energy and emotion into it, that maybe they can get the call changed. Or if they don't, then they'll get a call later down the line for the ref trying to make up for it.
Yeah.
Like there's certain places where reviews are okay. Like in football, reviewing a scoring play every time is fine.
Yeah.
Like if it's a touchdown, it's a touchdown. If it's not a touchdown, it's not a touchdown. That's fine. But when you get into these stupid little technical subjective calls, like, I don't know, from this camera angle it looks like this, but from my perspective it looks like this, but in this situation, in this other camera angle it looks like this. It's like you're wasting 5 minutes of everybody's life to get a call probably the same more times than not.
Yeah.
And then you're just giving the one fan base a excuse to bitch and moan because they didn't get the call, and that's why we lost. It's like, just play the game. The worst, one of the worst things that ever happened to sports was reviews. Because now it slows everything down. Every game is half an hour longer.
I don't hate reviews. I hate how they're implemented, because they're implemented with everyone still trying to be the nice guy. And that's what I hate about it.
Well,
and like there's easy ways to do this. And like, I think it should be done in basketball. I think it should be done in football. I think there should be somebody whose job it is to sit in a room in the building with all the screens. And when he sees something that is egregious to the human eye, he will say, let me look at it real quick. Stop the play. We're going to review that, because I saw something that was egregious to the human eye. And then I'm going to, within 30 seconds to a minute, have a decision made. And we will go very quickly, but it's about common sense. It's about judgment and just saying, we're just going to go. But some of these things, when you see the ball come off someone's hand and everyone in the arena knows the ref got the call wrong, buzz in, it's off this guy. We know it's right now. We don't have to stop the game. The refs don't have to walk over to a board that someone just goes, this is what it is. The guy in the back said it. We have the technology now. It's way easier than it used to be. Like, I get all these things. And, so you can do it in football. If there's a blatant pass interference, or if the guy stepped out of bounds and came back in, or any of that, you just go, hey, I know you missed it, ref. That's fine. Everyone's human. We all saw it. Here's the play. You didn't see a face mask. How many times do we see it where they just miss a face mask and everyone in the building saw a face mask and they don't call it? The guy just comes in and goes, hey, you missed a face mask. Sorry, we're done. We got it. We have an eye in the sky now. Like that stuff, I think, is reality. And I get you're taking away something from the umpires or the officials. Then stop sucking. That's it. Stop sucking, because you're deciding games anyway. I think you can do this without having to go, I need to watch a frame 15 times over and get it down. That I don't need. I don't need that. But I need common sense. This was a bad call, or you missed this. Fix that, and that's all I need the review for.
Well, there's nothing inherently wrong with the idea of reviews, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's what's happened since reviews were implemented. It's kind of like the college football playoff. Like, it starts, and then everybody wants a change here, and then everybody wants a change here, and it turns into, we're going to review scoring plays, into now we're reviewing pass interference and targeting and all this different stuff that should be, up to the referee's judgment. You shouldn't be able to review and I know they got rid of the referee, the pass interference thing in the NFL, but it's like the targeting rule. We're spending 10 minutes reviewing a targeting call. We're like, there will be the flag on the field, then we'll go to commercial, then we'll come back, and the referee is still looking at it, and then he still somehow manages to get it wrong. Like Michael Taft, that was probably targeting, and that's fine. So call it, and that's the game. Maybe get rid of that rule. Maybe do something to make sure that kind of thing doesn't decide a game. I don't know what the solution is, but they've gone way too far in one direction for it to all, make sense for the game. And you're taking the game out of the referee's hands, who you're paying money to officiate these games. They should be good at it. They should be making the right calls. Hire the right people, and this problem could eventually start to go away. But they're not going to hire the right people. They just it's impossible.
But this is what I'm saying is I look, you, because everyone, there's human error. Human error is a thing. And so you just go, we're going to add one more human. But that human sits in a room with their screens and they are able to just watch the game. And so when everybody goes review it or whatever else, we don't have to stop and wait for a coach to say review it or anything else. He can do that all he wants. And if they don't call it, he knows he was wrong. And fine. And so they'll still because again, they're going to do this. They've always done it. Michael Jordan bitched and moaned after every call too. Every player has always done it. It is part of basketball. It's part of football. Every receiver wants a flag after every play. It is part of the game. It's been that way for 30, 40, 50 years. It's always going to be that way because playing sports are an emotional, tough thing. And when you're playing and in the moment, you don't feel like you did it. I have fouled the crap out of people and not thought I did it in the moment. And then someone goes, no, you fouled the crap out of me. And you go, okay. But in the 2 seconds after it happens, I'm like, I got ball with my hand. And they go, and your body took him into the back wall. You go, oh, okay. But I did get ball. And they're like, yeah, you got ball with your hand, but you also fouled him. So like, there's just in that 2 seconds, it's going to happen. But if you have the eye in the sky, we don't have to have the view on it. We know if the guy doesn't stop it, we're good. We move on. And that's it. Deciding factor is there's one fail safe, and if that fail safe doesn't catch it, we move on. But we don't allow the question. We don't allow stalling for time. We don't allow all of that stuff. That's all gone because again, a guy waving the finger doesn't bother me as much as players walking with the ball and not giving it back to the ref and slowing the game down intentionally to try and get extra time to see if they should challenge. And then you're like, but you fouled yes, you fouled it, or the ball's out on you, or all that. That stuff annoys me more because it is against the rules. But like, it all comes back to and Drew says this too. How soon we forget how regularly bad calls decided a lot of games. Not most, but a lot of games were decided by bad calls. And if you just have an eye in the sky, it's easy. But they don't want to do it for whatever reason. It's streamlined. It's 2025. Pretending like we don't have things for this because we don't want to ruin the sanctity of the game. And for officials who keep going to go, well, that'll undermine us. It'll undermine you to be right. And all the ones they don't call, you're right on. Everything that gets streamlined through is you're right. That undermines you. That once in a while you have human error. Everyone has human error. You're talking about an umpire missing a couple balls and strikes in a game where no one can bat over 300 anymore. We're talking about people being perfect. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, it is crazy. And if they can figure out a way to streamline it, then great. I just don't have faith that they will.
It costs money. That's why they won't do it. It costs money.
Right,
they won't do it. It costs money.
Take the decision out of the referee's hands is the best way to do it. Don't have the head referee running from the 10-yard line all the way over to the opposite 10-yard line so he can look into a monitor and then get his headset on and then run to the middle of the field and mess around with his microphone and put his hand up and just the call stands. No, just you're absolutely right. Have a objective, unaffiliated person sitting in a booth with a headpiece in that goes directly to the referee and says, we need to review this. He takes 30 seconds. This is the call. Boom. Yeah. And that needs to be the way it is in every single sport. But they're never going to do that.
No, they're not. And part of it is they want the commercial breaks because they want more commercial breaks. And that has nothing to do with reviews. That has to do with, once again, greed. But that's why they want more commercial breaks is they go, well, a review is great because it gives us a chance to make, another $300,000 in commercial revenue. So why would we not want more commercial? Why would we not want that? But I don't think it's that hard to streamline it because we do it at the house. Like all of us watching a game can sit there and go, bad call. And then within 20 seconds be like, that's the right call or that's not right. And if you go, I can't tell who it's out on. All right, it's out on whoever we think touched it last or whatever the call on the field is. Just move on. Like we're good. If we can't tell, that's enough for the game. We'll trust who's on the court. If I can't tell in 30 seconds, we move on. We're not going to wait forever on these because, to try and get everything perfectly right and then screw up a call 20 seconds later is mind-boggling to me. For them to go, hey, wait, we really got to make sure this ball, who did it go off on here in the second quarter? And then 15 seconds later, they call a block on a guy who's standing perfectly still outside of the bucket. And they're like, oh, no, he's left shoulder moved. And we're not going to challenge that. So we already screwed up in the next call. I like Joe, I don't think look, Michael Taft has never touched anybody inappropriately, never had a penalty in his life. Michael Taft's a man. So we're not gonna speak that sacrilege that he got away with anything.
That was targeting.
No, he didn't mean to, he has targeting's intent. He had no intent.
It was targeting by the definition of the stupid rule that shouldn't exist.
Yes, again, common sense stuff. Common sense stuff. Oh, did I drop there for a second?
Yeah,
we know when we know when a player, is intentionally launching to try and get a tackle and make a hard tackle. We know when people, offensive and get hit in the head because they don't know where the offense is going to be. So, I mean, there's a couple different worlds of it. I think in the grand scheme of things, and I agree, Drew. I can't relitigate that game because I've not watched it in a while. So I remember it. I think there was something else that happened in my life that day that was much more important that happened after the game. So there was other things that happened in my life that day. So I remember the game, but I can't relitigate all the penalties several months later. But I will say you could have figured these out really quickly. And yeah, on the Bond one, they could have come in and said, well, Bond got it too, and we're done and we move on. 30 seconds, but just put a time limit on it. Say 30 seconds. If you can't figure it out in 30 seconds or 45 or whatever, they'll put 7 minutes on it, but put 30 seconds, under a minute on it. And you go, when this timer hits, it's over. Call on the field stands. Does not matter. Doesn't matter how wrong it is. If you can't make your verdict that quickly, then call on the field stands. And then we can go about time and everything else after that, but you got 30 seconds and then we got to go. And again, like stuff for finding out time and all that, it's easier when you have another person. They make this, there's so much money. I get this doesn't work in Division II. This doesn't work in Group of 5 even maybe. That maybe they don't have the money to hire one more guy to be able to do it. I mean, I get that it doesn't work everywhere. It should work in every professional sport easily, and it should be able to work on most of these games that are on ESPN and on Fox and NBC, CBS. All of those games should be able to have it. And I get maybe the rules are different, but every major game should be able to have it when we're watching it.
Yeah, I totally agree. And maybe it doesn't matter if it's the group of if the group of 5 can't have it, fine. But those games are 95% of the time inconsequential anyway. So get it for the games that matter first. And then if it works, you can figure out a way to implement it all the way down. But you have to start somewhere. So start with the Power 4 schools. Start with the, in conference play even. If you want to wait till conference play, I don't care. Just start the ball rolling on it so we can get to a resolution to where we're not spending 15 or 20 minutes extra at a stadium or watching it on TV just so a ref can look at a call for 5 minutes that is overwhelmingly obvious, but he still has to make sure that he looks at every single angle and takes everybody's word in his ear into account before he makes the final call.
And then miss a blatant hold on the next play. That's always what it is. You're like, and then miss the next call and miss the next several calls. So yeah, it's very frustrating. After all of that was done though, at the end of the day, Texas got the win. And, I think we saw the overwhelming piece was ball don't lie. And, the right team won. The right team won. They weren't the ones screwed over. It was, dude, we were like, I also had this one that I loved that went through my head as we were watching it and just watching the game. And then you're just like, it's Oklahoma. It's in Oklahoma. You're trying to screw us. Oklahoma's doing this, isn't it? So mad over a softball game. I never thought I'd be that mad over a softball game, but I was. So congratulations to the Texas softball team for making me believe in them that much. That's good stuff. Let's get into a little college football talk before we take our first break here, Matt. I did want to talk about Josh Pate put out his SEC quarterback rankings and got some people riled up. So I wanted to go over those with you because, we're seeing some people getting a little bit a little bit more wrangled up about this, and not just because, Arch is up there close, but we see this is Josh Bate put this out, I believe earlier today, maybe yesterday he put this out. It's his SEC preseason quarterback rankings. Arch Manning's not number one on this.
Yeah.
Arch Manning is not number one. The quarterback he has number one, which I don't necessarily agree with, but what's your take on his number one quarterback being DJ Lagaway?
I mean, I understand it. Well, let me go back a little bit. I understand Arch not being number one, and I understand Arch being behind DJ Lagaway.
Okay.
Because he's got more experience on the field, and his tools and his upside are superior. His tools and athleticism are superior to Arch. His upside is, as a quarterback in general, is right there with Arch. So that all of that kind of makes sense to me to have him above him. You can argue it either way, and if you put Arch above DJ, then I'd be fine. What I don't understand is how Lenore Sellers isn't number one on this list. I don't understand how you can consider DJ Lagaway the number one quarterback in the SEC. I mean, I could make the argument that he is if I sat down and dug into it, maybe. But I mean, Lenore Sellers played the entire season last year and was unbelievable. And you're putting two guys above him that do not have that on their resume just because of a couple of games. So it doesn't really make sense to me.
No, it doesn't, because there's a few guys after him that have played a little bit more. And so I'm fine with Arch Manning not being number one, but it feels like the criteria was he hasn't played enough, and DJ Lagaway has, but DJ Lagaway hasn't played a ton either. So I don't quite know that. And look, we'll see how it plays out, and those two guys get to play against each other next year. Hopefully they'll both be happy and healthy, and Texas will run over them like a freight train as Texas goes into the swamp and start to show the SEC what's up. But I can get it, and you can have the discussion back and forth. But yeah, having Lenore Sellers at 3, and then Garrett Nussmeier at 4, who is another guy who went out last year. And again, I'm not huge on the LSU bandwagon, but Garrett Nussmeier could throw the football last year, and maybe ahead of some other guys. We're going to go with somebody who plays. Maybe Garrett Nussmeier's a little bit higher there at 4, and then John Mateer at number 5, showing that love to the OU transfer again.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their own way of putting these lists together. I just, all I ask is for a little bit of consistency.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to knock somebody for not playing enough, I know DJ Lagaway played in 12 games last year, and he threw multiple passes in every single one of those games. And that's more than Arch did last year. And that's fine. So having DJ Lagaway above Arch, I understand. But having the two best quarterbacks in the SEC last year not named Quinn Ewers, and probably Carson Beck and Jason Milroe. So the two best returners from last year below two guys who are not in that conversation whatsoever. It's just kind of strange to me. And then John Mateer started an entire season at Washington State, had a phenomenal year, comes into Oklahoma with the same offensive coordinator, better weapons than he had last year. And you're going to put him at 5? Sure. I mean, I have John Mateer below Arch in my rankings because I think Arch is just a better quarterback, but Garrett Nussmeier and Lenore Sellers are Heisman Trophy candidates. And you're putting them behind two guys who really don't have a whole lot of experience and a lot to show for it. So
and so if you want to go with that, but if you want to go, and then if you want to go with potential, then that's where an Austin Simmons comes in, who's at number 6. Jackson Arnold at 7 seems crazy to me.
He's the worst quarterback in the SEC, probably.
I don't know how Jackson Arnold comes in at 7. He didn't really do much with OU. He's been in that conference, so he can't even say he doesn't know the conference, but he's played for Oklahoma and didn't do anything. He had under 150 yards a game last year.
like, how are you putting him at 7? Like, how do you put Jackson Arnold at 7 above Taylon Green, who had a really good year, Marcel Reed, who had a really good year, Diego Pavia, who brought Vanderbilt out of poverty and put him on his back, for a guy who got benched and lost his starting job.
Yeah.
It had to transfer because of it.
Yeah, that one I don't get at all. And then, I mean, we're not even talking about two of the bigger schools in the SEC not being on this list, with Ty Simpson, the probable starter in Alabama. He's not getting any love. And then Gunnar Stockton, who came in and won a SEC championship last year off the bench. And I get you can say whatever you want about what you believe Gunnar Stockton's going to be. But, I mean, I may put him on the list. I put him on the list ahead of Jackson Arnold. I'll tell you that much.
If you're going to put Jackson Arnold on this list, he needs to be 10. But if
no, he doesn't need to be on the list. Gunnar Stockton's better than Jackson Arnold, right?
Yes, but I'm getting to that. But if you have Jackson Arnold on this list, he needs to be 10. But what you really need to do is you need to rank all 14 quarterbacks instead of just 10, and then put Jackson Arnold at 14 because that's where he is. Because he's the only starting quarterback in the SEC that I can think of off the top of my head that lost his job because he was so bad and was forced to enter the portal because he wasn't going to get it back.
In the conference.
In the conference.
It
wasn't because injury. It was because he sucked.
Yeah, it makes no sense to me whatsoever. That is, it blows me away that they jumped this, they took this leap in logic. There's also no love for Joey Aguilar, the guy transferring in to replace Nico, which that's not that surprising that he's not going to get a ton of love right away. I can't. Who's the other one that they left off this list?
Mississippi State's quarterback.
Oh yeah. Well, that doesn't matter. We're not Jeff Levy's.
No. It does. It does.
It does it. Who's over Mississippi State?
His name's escaping me, so I'm looking it up real quick. Michael Van Buren. Michael Van Buren had a really good season last year for a true freshman. He threw for 1,886 yards, 11 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. And against Arkansas, he threw for 309 yards. Against Georgia, he threw for 306 yards and 3 touchdowns. Like, this guy was good last year. He was just on a bad team. He threw for 280 yards against Ole Miss. You know, like, he did more last year than Jackson Arnold. The only quarterback in the SEC, or the only quarterbacks in the SEC that you can make a legitimate argument are behind Jackson Arnold, are probably Ty Simpson because he hasn't really played at all, and Joey Aguilar.
What about Zach Calzada over there at Kentucky?
Is he still playing football?
I believe he's a grad transfer over there right now.
But he's not their starter, is he?
I think so.
No.
I mean, who else is the starter at Kentucky?
Isn't it hold on. Give me 2 seconds here. Isn't it
what is it,
Brock
Cutter Bowley?
Did Brock Vandegrift graduate?
He must have graduated.
No, he's a junior. He should be their starter.
She's still, let's see.
Hold on. I'm looking up their depth chart.
No, he's gone.
He's gone? Yeah, Zach Calzada is the starter. That's wild. How is he still playing football?
So he announced his retirement from football. Brock Vandegrift did.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. Well, either way, Zach Calzada's won SEC games.
He has.
He beat Alabama at Texas A&M.
He also has the best name for a pizza thing that is not involved, that has not been made yet. Doesn't it feel like there should be like if you've heard a thing for a Pizza Hut Calzada, you totally believe that it was real?
I would. Yeah.
That's he plays well enough for Kentucky. Get him that NIL
salad.
Yeah, get him that thing. If he's good, it's a calzone empanada. It's a calzada. He needs to get that going. there in Kentucky. There's one more guy we're not getting to either, and I can't think off the top of my head, but no, but I don't think that any of them are necessarily on that list above them because, I don't know if Calzada is going to get in your top 10. He could be above Jackson Arnold because we think Jackson Arnold's not very good. But the rest of this, really, the top part of this list is what you're really looking at. And it is that he has DJ Lagaway above Arch. Like Joe says, it is something to give Arch a little bit more material, especially for a team you play. But yeah, Lenore Sellers being below both of them, it kind of confuses me because if you're going to go in and say who's going to be these great quarterback, I think more people believe Garrett Nussmeier and Lenore Sellers have shown that they could be elite quarterbacks in the college football than what Arch and DJ Lagaway have shown in just a small sample size.
The only quarterback where we haven't talked about is Missouri's quarterback, Bo Pribula. Yes. He's a transfer.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Bo Pribula doesn't get on our list either for the top quarterbacks. But yeah, I think the list is pretty decent. But yeah, Jackson Arnold being on it seems extremely weird. I think that, Alabama and Georgia people are probably a little upset that they don't have a guy in the top 10. That seems like that's something that'll correct itself throughout the season. Because if Gunnar Stockton and Ty Simpson are that bad, then how do you say if they're the 11th and 12th best quarterbacks in the SEC, how are they the second and fifth best team in the country?
That's a solid point.
So I don't know if that's going to play out in the grand scheme of things.
Also, and I know the majority of the people listening to this hate Texas A&M, but the disrespect for Marcel Reed is unbelievable. He is a really good quarterback.
I think he has good games and bad games. I think that Marcel Reed is
everybody else on this list.
But it's big time. Like I can go for 500 all purpose, or I could throw 6 interceptions and run for another 8 yards. Like I think he just has really up and down games. It's not even really 6 interceptions. He's just completely ineffective in certain games. And so depending on the defense and their ability to keep him in the pocket and take away what he wants to be able to do to elongate plays, they have good pressure. I think it takes away a lot from Marcel Reed. But in games where he does get that little bit extra second or two with his feet, he can be really explosive. But that's also a young Marcel Reed. With time, you expect to grow and get a little bit quicker and be able to get that ball out and make decisions a little bit faster. So you expect him to get better. But there was games you saw Marcel Reed and you went, man, if that guy shows up, we're screwed. And then other games like that guy shows up, we'll win by 40. And I think that was kind of more the point with Marcel Reed was he was just so inconsistent. And DJ Lagaway was close to that as well. DJ Lagaway had great moments and not great moments. So, to put 1 at 8, 1 at 1 and 1 at 9, there's similar points where they had, both had really good points of their career so far.
Let me stand on a soapbox for Marcel Reed real quick. He took over as the starter after the LSU game midway through the year.
Mm-hmm.
He played a bunch after, he took over as the full-time starter. After Connor Wegman got hurt in week 1, he started against Florida and then started the next 2 games after that. He had 1 game with multiple interceptions, and in every game that he started, he started, he started 9 games. 2 of those games he threw for less than 60% passing.
Yeah.
And the numbers are after taking over as a full-time starter after the LSU game, 206 yards and a touchdown, 268 yards, 2 touchdowns, 297 yards, 3 touchdowns, 146 yards, no touchdowns against Texas, best defense in the country.
Yeah.
USC, 292 yards, 3 touchdowns. He played really, really well.
Played well.
He played better than Jackson.
Jackson Arnold's a bad measuring stick. It's a bad measuring stick. We agree. Jackson Arnold did not play. That is a wild place to put him at number 7.
He played better than Taylon Green. He played better than Austin Simmons, who did not play last year.
No, but people think Austin Simmons will play better this year.
Well, I do too. But that,
I think there's also something to be said of the system and some of this as well, that they don't feel that Marcel Reed is going to thrive in the A&M system as much as Austin Simmons. Whether that could be incorrect, but I'm guessing that falls into it. I think they think that Marcel Reed. will, I think they feel that no one is going to thrive in A&M system. And because they just haven't had someone thrive in a long time. Now they have before, but it's been a while. So I'm interested to see what Marcel Reed does this season, to see if he can continue to, once teams start to figure him out a little bit more, continue to grow. But that's a lot of these guys. That's Arch Manning. That's DJ Lagaway. That's Austin Simmons. That's all of these guys. Like, there's so many of these guys on this list. Once you get some film on them, are they able to continue to play as well as they looked in small places? The Austin Simmons one I remember was just Austin Simmons marching down the field when Jackson Dart had an injury, and all of a sudden Jackson Dart coming back out being like, "You are not taking my thunder, man. This is my year. I'm going pro. You are not about to make me look like it's a system."
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's exactly what happened there. But regardless, I guess my overall point with this list is that there's no consistency on a measuring stick.
No, I don't think so
whatsoever.
No,
it's like it's not even about. It's not even about. The only thing is, like, maybe it's about potential.
Yeah,
So
I think if you're saying
if that's the case, then say the top 10 potential best quarterback,
yeah. If you're predicting how they end up after, but again, how do you put DJ Lagway? Like, you saying DJ Lagway is going to, at the end of the season, be the best quarterback in the SEC? I just don't like. I think DJ Lagway could be really good, but I don't think his sophomore effort is going to be that. Like, I just don't know if he's going to be able to do it. So maybe he will. Maybe Josh Pate's onto something. And DJ Lagway is going to be amazing. But I would not put. I don't think DJ Lagway's done enough or will do enough with this Florida team this year to earn number one quarterback in the SEC. I think there's just too many other quarterbacks out there that are going to play well. Like John Mateer is someone you could believe that a little bit more, because if he turns things around in Oklahoma and all of a sudden they're firing all cylinders, then Mateer gets in that conversation. I don't think it'll happen, but I think it's somewhat more likely than Lagway at some points, just because I just don't trust Florida. Florida has a really, really tough schedule too. That's also a point in it, that Florida has a tough schedule, that he's just going to have to play some really good defenses, and I don't know if he can stay on the field either. That's the other thing, is can he bulk up and stay on the field? That's, Lenore Sellers has shown that he could do it. And some of these other guys have shown that, Garrett Nussmeier is going to sit in a pocket most of the time. So he's not as worried about those injuries, even though he's had to, so I think that's, I'm with you though. There doesn't seem to be a reason why these are picked this way, but I do appreciate him doing it, because it gives us something to talk about. And Arch being number 2, it's not bad. It's just funny because it feels like Arch now is in that place where it's like either he should be like 5 or 1. It's like, if you're judging it on where we don't care, we think that this is where he could end up, then that's 1. And if we're saying, what have they done for me so far, then he's like 4 or 5.
Or 6 or 7.
But I mean, but even that, you're going to say he's not, he's still ahead of several, he's still ahead of Marcel Reed for what he's done. Because I get Marcel Reed. He is. He's ahead of Marcel Reed because he did it. He won games. He just was better than Marcel Reed. He was better than Marcel Reed last year. There's no way you're going to convince me otherwise. He had better, but he has better players. He has better things. He was better than him last year. He did.
I'm not saying that Marcel Reed is a better quarterback than Arch Manning. There's no way in hell I'm saying that. What I'm saying is that he did more last year than Arch Manning, because Arch Manning only threw the football in 3 games.
No, I get that. He played more. What I'm saying is he did not necessarily walk away and you out of his sample size. I'm saying he didn't play a full season.
No,
it's more what I'm saying. Out of these sample size, what we have.
But he came in against LSU when LSU was ranked number 5, and then brought them back from 21 points down, and they won the game.
Yeah, but when LSU was ranked number 5, they were never the number 5. No, they weren't that good.
But still, either way, all of this discourse aside, this list is still not as bad as Aaron Murray's take on Arch Manning.
No, it is not. It is not at all. And on that, we'll go ahead and head into our first break. Take a little breather after that, and then we'll roll in to some NFL discussion, as the biggest quarterback free agents in the NFL has signed today. Matt, are you excited?
Do I look excited?
I don't think he does either. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more here on Open Gym as we continue into hour 2 here on a Thursday afternoon here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back into Open Gym, hour 2 here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Much brighter than he was to begin the day. He's figured it all out. He's getting much brighter. Shout out Shady and Sports, hook him. Joe and everybody joining us in the chat. You guys are the 3rd member of Open Gym, so we always appreciate you guys reaching out to us and throwing in your pieces. My man Chan on the text line says Reed should be ranked higher than Manning based on the number of games played last year. Arch didn't play through last year's season, but Marcel Reed only played half a season too. I'm not giving up on it. I watched Marcel Reed, so
he played 10 of 12 games.
I don't care. I'm not going to give it to him.
Okay,
I'm going to hate on Marcel Reed.
Before we move on, I went ahead during the break.
My man Chan agrees with you though.
Yeah, before we move on, I went ahead during the break and I ranked all 16 quarterbacks in the SEC.
Okay. All right.
And I'm just going to go through my list real quick, and everybody can then say this list is better than Josh Pate's. Maybe we can make a graphic, put up on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Lenore Sellers 1, Arch 2, Nussmeyer 3, Mateer 4, Reed 5, Lagway 6, Pavia 7, Gunnar Stockton 8, Talon Green 9, Austin Simmons 10, Michael Van Buren 11, Ty Simpson 12, Jackson Arnold 13, Joey Aguilar 14, Zach Calzada 15, Pribula 16.
Okay. All right. I don't hate that. Where was Gunnar Stockton again?
He was number 8.
Number 8. Okay. Yeah. No, that sounds better. Sounds better to me.
Just saying. It's not that hard, Josh.
It's you're laying it down on John Payne. Love it. Shout out to the women too. ESPN PR put this out that yesterday's softball game was the most watched Women's College World Series game one ever with 2.1 million viewers. So shout out to the women's team there that seems to work really well. The Texas versus Texas Tech matchup, everything happening now. Tonight's going to be a little different because now you do have to battle with the NBA Finals beginning. And with the NBA Finals beginning also in the same city that you're in, which I need to Google Maps that. I need to Google Maps how far apart. Yeah, look up how far apart where they're playing the Women's College World Series and where the Thunder play, which I can't even tell off the top of my head. It's probably some really boring sponsorship. I don't think any of them are that great.
Chesapeake or something.
Oh, come on. Oklahoma City. I guess that's better than some of the other ones.
Paycom Center.
The Paycom Center. I know that we love that they have the love badges on them, this love sponsorships, which is it's always kind of funny. But
I'm trying to find the name of the softball. Give me 1 second. Unless somebody in the chat can.
Yeah, if someone knows what the name of the softball place. I'm trying to figure out what the distance is. And I don't know Oklahoma City, but if we Google Maps and see if there's going to be any cross section or if they're far enough apart.
Devon Park.
Devon Park. Yeah. See how far those two are apart from each other, because that'll be an interesting one to see tonight. I will say the crowd last night seemed more pro Texas. Texas Tech had a ton of fans there too, but it would make sense that it would be a little bit more pro Texas because they've been good for longer. So they have built up more of a fan base and built up a little bit more than Texas Tech, who's, at one point discontinued the program and then brought it back and spent a ton of money on it this year. So they definitely have their fans out there, but it felt like Texas was a little bit louder last night.
They're 7.5 miles away from each other, so they're not too far.
That is not far at all. So maybe there will be some congestion and trying to figure out between the two. Yeah, it's not next to each other, but 7.5 miles is not far. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I'm looking at it on Apple Maps, and the traffic's pretty bad. They're on 35, so everybody watch out if you're going to Devon Park tonight, because it's pretty packed already.
Yeah, I'll have 2 TVs up tonight. I'll have both TVs up tonight, so I'll be watching both games so I can keep an eye on everything that's happening. Maybe I'll throw up a third TV. Who knows? Watch some MLB in there as well. Just really try and overstimulate is what I like to do and try and bring it all in.
I'll be playing Call of Duty Warzone on my TV and have the softball game on my laptop.
No NBA Finals for you?
No.
Oh, come on. The Thunder's Pacers. It's going to be fun, man. 2 young teams. First, these young guys trying to fight for it.
I might toggle over a couple times, but
if the game's good, you might switch over late.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the score, and if it's a good game, I'll probably tune in. But
okay.
I think the Thunder are just gonna run through them. So
all right, well, that's what Vegas is saying. We'll get to that a little bit before we get out of here. Let's talk a little NFL though. That we did see it today. It finally happened. The thing that I said we had to, like I was telling you, we just have to go with this as if it's going to happen, because it's going to happen. Every sign was pointed to it. There was too much smoke. There was so much smoke that there was fire, that Aaron Rodgers is officially signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. There is no shock in this whatsoever. There was one team that really wanted him. There was one team that seemed to build their entire offseason around drafting him. They did not take Shedeur Sanders in the first round or the second round or the third round or the fourth round, which would lead you to believe they did not want to have some sort of quarterback controversy, that they already planned the guy plan that they were going to bring in, because otherwise, why not take a shot on the guy in the fourth round? He's clearly a fourth rounder better talent. Even though you can say he's not a first round talent, we can say the same as Quinn Ewers. He's way better than a 7th round talent or a 5th round talent. So I think that we saw that this was
Sanders.
Say that, but we could say Aaron Rodgers he's got the deal done. We will see Aaron Rodgers in a Steelers uniform. That feels weird. I don't know why. The Jets uniform didn't feel weird. The Jets uniform was like, okay, it's still green too, so maybe that was part of it. But it also was like, yeah, people go to the Jets to die. That's kind of, the Jets are such a mishmash. They don't have their own identity really, so it didn't feel weird. The Steelers very much have their own identity. And so it feels weird to put someone from outside of that world, especially somebody who is very much, anti the Steelers culture, which I know is kind of a wish-wash at this point because we've seen so many people get kind of tossed out of it at a certain point. And, you know, Antonio Brown has gone completely off the deep end at this point, but then the Le'Veon Bells and guys like that we've seen. And now George Pickens is upset and he walks out. You know, we just keep seeing those types of situations. And you have a guy who seems like he's walking in disgruntled coming into this team. It's a fun thing to watch as someone who doesn't care about what happens to the Steelers. I like Mike Tomlin. I think that, you know, he's done a lot for the game and done a lot for, you know, a lot of different people. I love his comment, run to coaching. It's one of my favorite quotes to use when he was talking about coaches that, you know, talk about not drafting guys or not picking guys because they have stuff to work on and just getting rid of players because they might not be perfect. And he's like, no, that's our job, is to coach them up. We're supposed to do that. And he said, run to coaching. And like, I love that about Mike Tomlin, that he has never shied away from it, that he loves being a coach and he wants to be one. But this does feel like a crazy marriage of two things that maybe were much better 10 years ago and were new and fresh 15 years ago. And now we're kind of getting this pact of, well, if neither one of us are married when we're 50, we'll just go ahead and get married. That's what this feels like. That it just, they both ended up as the last two at the dance. And now we get Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers together. It makes sense to do it because you are the last two at the dance. Last call. There's no other quarterbacks. Mason Rudolph and Will Howard are who you're going to go with. Take a shot on Aaron Rodgers because it's over either way. It can't get worse. Mike Tomlin's already on the hot seat. We talked about it yesterday. Like, I get why they do it, but still it seems like it's destined to fail, right?
I mean, it is destined to fail. Aaron Rodgers is not the quarterback he used to be. He's not going to buy into the team vision. He's not going to buy into the culture. He's going to try and do his own thing and throw his weight around and get them to bring in, you know, Alan Lazard or one of his old buddies from another team that he wants to play with. And it just, it almost feels like, and Joe kind of touched on this in his comment, but it almost feels like the Steelers are looking for an excuse to fire Mike Tomlin and they can't just outright do it. So they bring in somebody who's going to cause an absolute, you know, shit show. And then now they have an excuse to fire Mike Tomlin. If they really wanted to turn things around, they should have drafted Jackson Dart. Or they should have drafted, you know, they should have drafted a rookie who could have had a chance of starting this year.
Yeah, and I get why you don't do that either, because again, you know there may be a major shift in a year because you still have Mike Tomlin, and you don't want to put a Quinn Ewers or Shedeur Sanders or anybody else into, like, it's a bad way to run a franchise because the Bears keep doing it, which will tell you it's a bad way to run a franchise, is to continue to take a quarterback that's a 2 or 3 year project with somewhat of a lame duck coach that you know isn't going to be able to win right away. And none of those guys, I don't think we're going to be able to win right away. Aaron Rodgers has a possibility of working, but it just makes sense of, and there is somewhat of it, of Mike Tomlin. This is the, you know, shit or get off the pot moment for your career. This is, you know, it's been too long since you've been a winner in the playoffs. So we're going to put you with another guy that it's been too long since he's been a winner in the playoffs. And either time passes everybody by and you're both going to we'll walk away from it all and the bomb will blow up and we'll say, time to have a new Steelers regime. And, you know, we did everything, but you can't just do status quo. And this is the most unstatus quo thing you can do because you can't go out and make a trade for Dak Prescott or somebody like that, which is the real unstatus quo of let's go make a giant deal and try and bring somebody in who's already making tons of money. And that'll be our future. I think you don't have your back's against the wall if you're Pittsburgh. And the fans are restless. You know, you're trying to sell season tickets, and I'm sure every year, even though it's the Steelers, season tickets people are going like, why am I buying back into this? The same way Cowboys fans do. which every year it's, I don't know, and they got to sell hope. And the Steelers aren't as good as selling hope as Jerry Jones is. My man Baber say, smoking the hopium. Cowboys fans been smoking the hopium for a long time, and Jerry Jones sells it by the pound. But Steelers fans don't have that. So Steelers fans now don't get hope with Aaron Rodgers, but you get a glimmer of light that, who knows, maybe, if we mix these two elements together, they will combust and make something beautiful. They might explode. It's like running a meth lab. It's like running a meth lab. Maybe you'll get that sweet, sweet meth, but you'll probably just blow up your mama's garage. So that is what's happening in Pittsburgh right now. I've never smoked meth in my life. I don't advise it. It seems pretty terrible. But
hey, I've watched a lot of Breaking Bad.
There you go. But I think that's kind of where you're at right now, is the Steelers are just trying to figure out, it's last call. There's no one left to have there. You getting up with Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin. No one wanted to go there anymore. It's not a desirable place. Arthur Smith came in, and you're talking about the Arthur Smith who, when he was on Tennessee, had a decent run, but everyone now is like, that's Derrick Henry. You had Derrick Henry, so you were able to do it. Then he goes to the Falcons and sucks. And everyone failed. Like Drake London wasn't playing as well. Kyle Pitts got ruined. Bijan Robinson was getting less carries than Algiers. And then he ends up over there. So you replace Matt Canada with another guy who's not necessarily super liked. Sorry, FedEx. I don't want to lose your sponsorship, but it's not a guy who's another super liked guy to have somebody that really wants to play quarterback for them. And I'm curious how well that'll mesh. That's Aaron Rodgers coming into that system. If there's something where Aaron Rodgers is going to say, I get that, but I run my own playbook. The only reason I ever wanted Nathaniel Hackett, whose name is very Hack, like Hack is a perfect name for Nathaniel Hackett. The only reason he has an NFL career is because of Aaron Rodgers, because he's a good mind to work with an Aaron Rodgers, but he's like Josh McDaniels. He's a terrible, terrible person outside of that context. And for Aaron Rodgers, now he's got to work with another mind. How does that end up working for him? I just don't know. I don't like all of these answers. If you ask the sports analyst who's been doing it for years, I will tell you this doesn't work. Best case scenario is 9 wins, which is the damn problem that the Steelers have been in, is getting 8-9 wins. And that's pretty much your best case scenario. But again, I don't think there's another option.
I mean, are Steelers fans even happy about this?
No.
So, like, I understand there's not another option, and if you want to compete for a playoff spot, you have to kind of think outside of the box in their situation. But I don't know. Like, if you watch Aaron Rodgers last year, he didn't look totally washed, but you could tell he wasn't the same quarterback. Yeah. So now he's just another year older. Now he's going into another. I'm sorry, Rodney, if you're a Steelers fan, that must be terrible. You're going like he didn't. He's a year older. He's not going through off-season workouts yet. He's doing his own thing, going off and smoking peyote or doing ayahuasca or whatever in his retreats. Like what is he actually going to bring to this team that's going to turn it around? He's going to do is cause more havoc. So if I'm running, and I'm not an NFL GM, so I'm not as smart as most of these guys probably. Well, not probably. They're all smarter than I am. But if I'm running the Steelers, I'm just like, okay, we're going to roll with what we've got. As Daryl Roy used to say, dance with the one that brung you. And I'm going to start, what's the guy's name?
Mason Rudolph.
Will Howard. I'm just going to start Mason Rudolph, suck it up, and then that's my excuse to fire Mike Tomlin and bring in a new. But
you're the Steelers. The Steelers can't do that.
Yes, they can. Everybody can do it.
They can't do it. It's the Steelers. Like, this is the thing. Is they're the Steelers. You can't do that if you're the Steelers. You can't say we quit before Mike Tomlin. They have to sit there and say, we have to give Mike Tomlin every chance to win, because otherwise we are quitting on Mike Tomlin, and it's not his fault. And forever in history, it will say, we gave up first, not him. And they don't want that. They want to break him. They want to break Mike Tomlin, so he's ready to go.
Which I think I think that's a crappy way to do it.
I do too, but I also think quitting on Mike Tomlin and not guaranteeing him with a couple more years of a contract and to say, we're going to give you a chance to rebuild with a real quarterback when you didn't give him a quarterback for the last 5, 6, 7 seasons, I think is also crappy. To say we have fallen short on getting you a guy. We have, as an organization, have not given you what you need to succeed. Year after year after year, we have not spent the money in free agency. We have not made the pitches. We have not made the trades to give you what you need to succeed. We have kept coaches for too long. We have done all of these things to make you fail, and you've still somehow succeeded. And so now, at the end of the day, we have to go to all our people and go, hey, Mike Tomlin's too good, and we're too wimpy to fire him. We're too much of wimps to fire a coach that is not doing it. So what we got to do is make him look really bad. So what we're going to do is pull his pants down at the 20-yard line and tell him to waddle on out there. We're going to make him wear pink outfits from here on out so he quits anyway. No, you go and get him Aaron Rodgers and say, here's a former MVP.
A former MVP who's not a good quarterback anymore.
He's still better than Mason Rudolph.
Maybe. I mean,
no, he is.
Mason
now
Rudolph
all the baggage is worse.
Games.
All the baggage is worse.
From a collective sense, if I'm any other team in the NFL, I would rather have Mason Rudolph as my starter than Aaron Rodgers, because I know Aaron Rodgers is going to torpedo everything that I'm doing and cause a schism in my locker room and be a cancer. And I understand you don't want to give up on Mike Tomlin, but making him look bad, it's in history 20 years from now, it's still going to be the same thing. Yeah, we didn't quit on Mike Tomlin. We just made him look terrible, which is going to look worse in retrospect.
Mason Rudolph is 29 years old. He's been in the league since 2018.
And yeah,
this guy had plenty of opportunities to get a job anywhere, and he couldn't. And he went to Tennessee, and when they were awful, and he couldn't get the job there. Like, this guy is not a starting quarterback in the NFL. And Aaron Rodgers is still a starting quarterback in the NFL. He wasn't terrible on the Jets. He just isn't great. We did our quarterback list, and once he got to 20, he's better than anyone at 21 for sure. He's better than at least 10 quarterbacks in the NFL right now. Hands down, not a question.
I guess we'll find out next year.
Now, does that mean you win a ton of games? No. But it means he's better than nothing.
But whether or not you admit that you're quitting on Mike Tomlin, or you try to sabotage the end of his career so that you have an excuse to fire him, it's still the same thing. It doesn't look any better.
No, but I don't think you're sabotaging his career. I think you're giving him a very weird ultimatum to try and succeed, because there's a chance it works. It's a small chance, but it's there. There's no chance with Mason Rudolph. There's zero chance. Mason Rudolph is your quarterback. Will Howard is your backup. You have a losing season. There's not a chance. There's no way it works. You're done. And at the trade deadline, you're probably trying to find somebody. You're making a trade for a backup quarterback, because Mason Rudolph sucks at football. He's at best an okay backup. That's it. They brought him back in to be a backup quarterback. That's what they wanted.
The only memorable moment of Mason Rudolph's career is when Myles Garrett ripped his helmet off and tried to hit him with it.
Yes, I agree.
So, I understand all of that. But I think my franchise is still better off in the locker room and down the line if I don't bring Aaron Rodgers in and I just put a shitty guy at quarterback. That's my point.
No, I get that. But I don't think... Let me put it this way. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is as much of the cancer as people think it is. I think he's a very operable cancer, because Green Bay's doing just fine. The second they cut that cancer out, they were just fine. He didn't ruin the locker room. It didn't affect them at all. And I get that's probably but Steelers are a good environment like that. So I think it's a very operable cancer. It's a cyst. It's something that sits on top. It's not going to transfer to all of your other. He's not as bad as some other guys that have come in and tried to sway everybody else. look, there's a lot of locker rooms. There's tons of political division across the country right now, and those locker rooms have the same thing in them. It doesn't destroy them. They just go, oh, I don't go hang out with this guy. That's the same thing for Aaron Rodgers. They just don't hang out with Aaron Rodgers. So as much as it is, you want a quarterback that is a leader and can help do your team. I don't think Mason Rudolph's that guy. I don't think Will Howard is that guy. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is that guy. But no matter who you take, none of those guys are going to lead this team. You just need someone who can throw the ball and read a defense. And Aaron Rodgers, for sure, can read a defense better than anybody else. He can throw the ball still better than any of them. He's not the perfect fit, but he's a better quarterback than what you had in there. And it gives you a chance to maybe find this spark and what you can do with it. I don't think it works either, Matt. But I don't think the cancer is as bad as it's made out to be. I don't think he ruined the Jets by leaving. I don't think he ruined the Packers. I think both those teams are just fine now that he left because they cut the cancer out. But I don't think that – so, like, I don't think it's something that's going to irreparably damage the Steelers locker room. I think it's just you there wasn't anybody available. You found out there was nobody available. You probably called a couple teams for trades. None of them are there. So you said, well, that's our option. We can go get them. And that's what you have to do. That's running a franchise 101.
Well, yeah, okay. But if that's the case, then why did the Vikings not touch him? Why did the
Because they have
Colts
J.J.
not touch
McCarthy.
him? Why did the Seahawks not touch him and go with Sam Darnold instead?
Because all those teams had other options, and the Steelers would have rather gone with Sam Darnold or J.J. Yes, they would all rather have the other option, but they didn't have any of those. That's the problem, and that's the problem the Steelers have had for the last 10 years since Ben Roethlisberger.
And then the Giants, they don't touch him either.
Well, because the Giants suck.
Okay,
like the Giants are going to suck anyway.
The point is, you could have drafted another option.
You could have. I agree. But I think they wanted to wait a year for the draft, which a lot of people are doing. It's not just them. I mean, a lot of people passed on Quinn. A lot of people passed on Shedeur. Both of those guys were passed because no one wanted to touch a quarterback in this year's draft class. So this, again, is a one-year deal to bring him in to get you over that gap to try and draft somebody next year. That's the plan. And Mike Tomlin being there is, can you withstand Aaron Rodgers? Can you win with him? If you can win 9-10 games and win a playoff game with Aaron Rodgers, then hell, we trust you with our future. And if you can't, we may have to go a different direction for who we're going to trust with our rookie quarterback. So let's just pass this test. Let's just see if you can pass it. And if you can pass this, then we think you can work with any rookie. We think you can work with anybody if you can get through Aaron Rodgers and get a winning season out of him. We think you can do anything. But we need to show that you're still that guy. I mean, you made it work with Ben Roethlisberger, and people weren't necessarily jumping through hoops for him either. Not like that guy was the best guy in the locker room. The guy had some other off-the-field activities that weren't necessarily great.
Yes, he did. Arguably worse off-the-field activities.
Much worse.
Yeah, not really much arguably. But I don't know. I think I'm just in Mike Tomlin's camp here of, I've already proved to you that I can win with anybody.
Yeah.
So why don't you just go out and get me somebody who isn't a 40-year-old, over-the-hill, mediocre at best quarterback in today's NFL?
Yeah. I'm with you. I don't know who that is because quarterbacks are hard to come by. They don't come very often.
Trade for Jimmy Garoppolo.
But Jimmy Garoppolo's not better than Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know, man.
I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo at his prime 6 years ago before 4 foot surgeries.
My point is, there's probably a backup quarterback that you could go out and get that would give you a better chance to win than Aaron Rodgers.
I'd given up a 4th round pick for, I don't know, it's somebody that's Cooper Rush seems not a great idea in the grand scheme of things.
Or sign Sam Darnold.
But I get they could have gone for Sam Darnold. Again, I think they wanted a 1-year deal, and that's why they didn't get some of these other guys. They wanted a 1-year deal, and that was the guy they could get for it. I don't think we're far off on each other either, Matt, because I don't think this works and is great. But I think that if you're a professional football organization trying to put the best product on the field, then you have somewhat of an obligation to your fan base and to your staff and to your other players on your team that you go and try and exhaust all options to bring in the best players. Now, we know that Aaron Rodgers was not great last year, but he wasn't terrible. It was just everything around that organization sucks. The Jets are just like, the Jets have Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, and those guys can't stand out anymore. Like, there's just, you now come into a much more stable organization, which is what Aaron Rodgers thrived in for years and years. I think that there's a chance that he's okay. Now, do I think he's going to be able to hit bombs downfield to DK Metcalf? No. I don't think you'll be able to do that, which is the big money guy you just paid and traded for. So that may be where you go, this isn't the right fit, because I'd rather get someone young who could chunk it downfield to DK and go let one of the biggest physical freaks in the NFL go do what he does. And usually 40-year-olds don't have that strength anymore. So he may not be able to do that. If he can do that, then yeah, there's a great hire. If he can chunk it downfield still. But I just don't know. Most 40-year-olds can't do that too much anymore. They can't put the ball, even Tom Brady at the end of his career, it wasn't like he was chunking bombs downfield. He's hitting guys surgically. And so you have to have the right game plan to kind of hit guys surgically in this game plan. At the end of the day, the Steelers had to do something, and everyone knew it. And so you were going to give up a third, fourth for a mediocre, maybe not even play 3 weeks quarterback. And instead you go, well, look, we're just signing a guy. We're good to go. Now, should they have done this 2 years in a row? No. Are they mismanaged right now? Yes. Are all these problems are all solvable, and they should have been fixed years ago, and they should not have kept waiting for the next big thing. And who knows what happens next year, because we could get to the draft and guess what? They win 9 games with Aaron Rodgers. Shocker. Mike Tomlin has a winning record, and they win 9 games. And you know what? They had the 17th pick in the draft, and now they have to give up their entire next year's draft to move up to go get one of these 4 or 5 guys, but Arch Manning doesn't go. So now there's a hope for Arch Manning. So you know what we should do? Wait one more. Hopefully get that next thing. But overall, I just don't know if this is going to be the team that, I don't know, did I drop again?
You're dropping in and out a little bit,
No,
but
okay. Someone's messing with my internet at his house.
But like, I don't know. I understand where you're coming from, and I totally get it. Like, you have to do something, and this is what the only option that they felt that they had, and that's fine. But I feel like if it's going to be a well-run NFL franchise, you see this kind of thing coming in 2023 or 2022, 2021, all the way back to when Ben Roethlisberger retired. You did not invest in a quarterback for your future, and now they're putting Mike Tomlin in a spot that he doesn't deserve to be in. Basically putting all of his chips on the table for a 40-year-old quarterback who's well beyond his prime. I mean, I guess I just think that, at the end of the day, they should have done more to prevent this type of situation.
No, I agree with you. I'm with you 100% on that. That's, I mean, the Steelers have mismanaged the offense for years. The same way we talked about Zach Taylor yesterday, right? And we talked about how Zach Taylor, can bitch and moan about the defense all he wants. But the reality is, as long as he's spending 60, 70% of their salary on the offense, the defense isn't going to be great. The Steelers have somewhat of that problem on the other side of the ball, where they want to, they want to have all their rushers. They want to have a great secondary. Mike Tomlin wants to have the steel curtain defense. And as long as they have that, you're going to have to sacrifice some. There's a new TJ Watt contract, which, by the way, you've got to re-sign TJ Watt. He's a beast. You don't want him to go anywhere. But to have TJ Watt, you have to pay TJ Watt, which means it's harder to get in a good, 2 good wide receivers and a running back and a quarterback. You have to go try and draft some guys. And the one guy they drafted was Kenny Pickett. And everyone could have told you that was a really, really risky one. And that was kind of a hometown drafting. the Kenny Pickett one was as close to signing drafting Johnny Manziel as like the Cowboys doing it, right? Because it was hometown guy, and because he went to the school near us, all the analysts are wrong, and he's not a second round talent. We need a quarterback. Let's go get Kenny Pickett. He played at Pitt. Let's go get our guy, and it set him back longer. And then now that you misdrafted 1 year, you let that hang over your head of, well, we don't want to keep misdrafting, so we'll just draft what we know. And it just, it piles upon piles upon piles that it eventually comes and gets, messes you up. So, all the pieces go to the end of the road that say, yeah, you shouldn't have, ended up in this space, but you're here now. And honestly, this is the best solution for where you're at now. And you pick up the piece at the end of the day. But to tank with really if you're going to tank with kids, tank with people in their under 25-year-olds, tank with young men, have 5 quarterbacks that are all under 25 and see if one of them can play. Don't put in a guy who should have busted out of the league 3 years ago. The only reason Mason Rudolph is still in the league is because the Steelers don't have quarterbacks, so he keeps a job solely in the fact that they basically are like, well, we need somebody and we can't get anybody else. So he keeps the job, and then he went to the Titans and they hired him back again. And they're sucking for the Titans. Like, that's what Mason Rudolph is not a guy you want to put out. He's 29 years old. It's past him. It's done. He's never going to be a guy. So you don't stick out guys when you're trying to take. You put out guys that maybe you have something there. So put Will Howard. Start him week 1. Let's see what happens. I'd rather do that than play Mason Rudolph. It's just,
I would too.
But at the same part, I think give Will Howard a year, see where he's at. Let Aaron Rodgers come in, just keep him somewhat separated, and then you let Will Howard figure out his way. And the next season, wherever you're drafting, take another quarterback, and then see and I don't care where your pick is, either trade up and get one or take one there. But you have to draft a quarterback. Then you can't keep waiting. I'm with you on that.
Would you rather have Joe Flacco?
No, I don't want anyone older. Like Aaron Rodgers is the only one that gets to be older because Aaron Rodgers was once great.
Would you rather have Joe Flacco than Aaron Rodgers?
That's what I mean. But Aaron Rodgers was once great. Joe Flacco was good. Like he was a really good quarterback for a few years in a certain setting. But Aaron Rodgers has greatness. Like Aaron Rodgers is a multi-time MVP. I get that Aaron Rodgers is gone. But the mental game of being a quarterback is very, very tough. And he still has all of that. It's the question of, can his arm stick with that? Can he stay healthy enough to build with this team? Can he build in an environment that maybe isn't so much bright lights as the Jets was, where they were trying to make him the franchise guy? Pittsburgh's not trying to make him the franchise guy. They just need a quarterback to go out there and play. I think there's ways this works enough. Or does it put him anywhere near a Super Bowl? No. But if you get an easy wild card matchup, is there a chance Aaron Rodgers could pull out a little magic and hit DK Metcalf and build up and get, a playoff win? Yes, that's a possibility. Because as much as he's washed, he's not that far away from a couple of MVPs. And I think that there's still some of that there. You just have to get past the point. It's like, remember when Brett Favre went to the Jets and sucked? And everyone was like, well, Brett Favre's done. And then he went to the Vikings and was really good again. And he was like, he wasn't Brett Favre, but he was Brett Favre again because he was off that god-awful cesspool of the Jets. I think it's interesting to see Aaron Rodgers back in a stable organization. As much as they've been awful at drafting quarterbacks, the franchise itself is a pretty stable organization. The ownership has been stable there for years. Like, there's a lot of good things you can say about the Pittsburgh Steelers, but they've just been god awful at getting quarterbacks, and they kind of lucked into Roethlisberger at a point, and that got them through a Super Bowl. So can you eke a playoff win out of Aaron Rodgers? That's kind of all you're asking for.
I mean, I get all that. And I do think we're mostly on the same page here. I just, from an organizational perspective, if you're really only doing 1 year of Aaron Rodgers,
yeah,
and your hope is to make the playoffs and win a wild card game, then you're just taking yourself out of the conversation for really good quarterbacks next year.
I get that, but you can make a trade up. You can leverage your future for a trade. Like, you can do all this stuff still. Teams do it every year.
I know, but at that point you're giving up more, and I just don't,
I get that.
I don't think that is worth it to me to have one more playoff run with Mike Tomlin.
I don't think it's worth it.
Building for
Let's put it this way: if you're TJ Watt and I tell you we're going to tank for a year and then we'll get a guy, and this is an organization who has consistently not done that, not tank, but I'm saying not get the guy. If I'm TJ Watt and I got to come, I'm not signing with you until you get the guy. I don't believe you for a second you're going to get a guy. I think you're going to waste the last years of my career constantly tanking, still winning 6-7 games, and that's the rest of my career is you trying to get it. Because you've done it you wasted several years of my career already trying to figure out this dance. I don't mind this signing at all. I think it's a good, you should have done it. You should have done it months before. Should have been done. So I'm not gonna hate on it. I think that it's, again, maybe you will get some of that sweet meth. Maybe that Breaking Bad blue meth will come out, and man, there will be Salamanca or all those other guys, and you'll get 2 TV series out of it. But you'll probably blow up your mom's garage. That's most likely what happens, and that's what this signing is. And so at the end of the day, I get it. Sometimes, bills are due. You gotta make some meth in the garage. It's what it is. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna see if I can get my stuff fixed here in the break real quick. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll come back, get a little NBA talk before the finals. There's been a bunch of trade rumors starting to get waved around, so I want to get into some of those and get Matt if he's interested in any of these trades, even though he's a laxed NBA fan since about trade deadline of last season. So
February 1st was the day.
So we will get into that when we come back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck at Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
All right, back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hopefully we're back and going good, and all my connections are back in. All right, hopefully we're good. Let's get into a little NBA talk as we get close to we're wrapping up the show here on a Thursday afternoon. The NBA finals start tonight. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan here on Texas Longhorns on SI as we continue on. What do you got, Matt?
I do have a little breaking news update before we get into
Okay,
NBA.
what you got?
There has been a weather delay for the softball game tonight. Gates will open. Yeah, gates will open no later than 7 p.m. And the first pitch will be no earlier than 7:45 Central Time. These times are pending, all clear for weather, and a confirmed first pitch time will be provided when available. So,
all right,
probably get to watch a little NBA, I guess, before the softball game starts potentially.
There you go. By the way, anybody in the chat, I don't have the line on softball because I've been doing this show. I looked earlier and didn't see it. If we know who's starting pitching for both teams, I would assume it's still Kennedy going back-to-back days. But if anybody has that info, I did not see it before I went on and then was going to look in this break, but had to deal with technical issues. So I do not have who will be the starters for tonight's game. If anybody has that, throw that one in there. We'll share the information as you pass it on. Our volunteer producers that we love to have on here. We know who's starting tonight for both teams in the softball game. We do know who's playing tonight in the NBA title games, the NBA championship, the NBA finals starting tonight. It is a 9.5 point line for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They are expected to, at home, come out, play with force, and be able to get going what they have been doing all offseason, all postseason, I should say, that they have been dominating defensively and shutting down every team. Now, this is a very different Pacers team than what the Thunder have been facing up to this point. They've been facing a lot of teams that were kind of located through the bigs and trying to, get the ball down low and create in different ways. They haven't really faced the great three-point shooting team yet, and that's what this Pacers team is, especially on the road. They haven't been necessarily as great shooting at home as they have been on the road, but they've been shooting, a lot of these guys shooting over 40% from three. And that's going to be the question for this Oklahoma City Thunder team. Are they going to be able to push the ball and still play the defense on the perimeter and not, they've been trying to, they really tried to shut down the perimeter. And then game one against the Timberwolves, they were, not allowing anybody to get inside, and they were making the Timberwolves shoot threes. You can't do that against this Pacers team. So you would assume they're going to try and make them drive the paint. They have some guys that can go inside and do that. So, I think at the end of the day, this series is going to really fall into, can the Pacers continue to hit threes against defensive pressure? We know Alex Caruso is probably going to zone in there on Tyrese Halliburton, who is going to have to go up against Alex Caruso, who's a great defender, Lou Dort, who's a great defender, Nimhard and Naismith. Like, those guys are going to have to play against much better defenders than they've faced so far in this NBA playoffs. But at the end of the day, if they hit their threes, they're alive in this. It's what's got them here so far, and it's a reason why you can believe that they have a chance against this OKC team.
Yeah, and I think that you also have to just look at the coach that's sitting there on the Pacers bench. Rick Carlisle has been there before. He's won a title with the Mavericks. He's been one of the most successful coaches in the NBA over the last, 15, 20 years. Back with when he was, coaching back in the Eastern Conference way back in the day. Any time that he's on your bench and he's putting your strategy out there, you're going to have a shot to win a game. I really like this Pacers team. I think they can come at you a lot of different ways. If they're hitting their threes, they're really hard to stop. But at this point, Oklahoma City just kind of feels like a machine to me that has just been mowing their way through a wheat field or something through the playoffs, and just everything that's standing in their way is going down. And they may break down for a second and have to regroup, but then they put a new wheel on that tractor and they keep plowing again.
Yeah.
And So that's going to be really hard for them to overcome. They just seem like clearly the better team in this series. I will say that if Tyrese Halliburton can show up and put together some games like he put up against New York and he put up against in the previous series, they're going to have a shot. It's just I think it's a little bit of a long shot. How much the referees get involved in this series will also play a factor. If SGA is shooting 15, 20 free throws in a game, then that's not good for the Pacers. But the Thunder are just so deep and they play so well together, and they're just such a well-run team, and they do everything right. We've talked about it before. It's not exciting basketball. It's not, the best TV out there, but it wins games. And they're just going to keep playing their game until the Pacers can prove that they can step up and stop them and get them to play their way. Do I think that's going to happen? Probably not. But, like I said, I think Rick Carlisle has a chance to be a big X factor in this series, because I watched him coach through the 2011 playoffs with the Mavericks. With every single series that they went into, they were a major underdog and they were supposed to get blown out. They weren't even necessarily picked to win that first series against the Blazers when it was Brandon Roy and LaMarcus Aldridge. Got through that. They were going to get blown out by the Lakers, defending champs. Swept them. They were going to lose to the next thing in OKC with Kevin Durant and James Harden and Russell Westbrook. Smoked them. So and then they took on the team of destiny, the big three: Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, all in their prime. Beat him in 6. So Rick Carlisle's been here before. He knows what the odds are. That's not going to scare him away. He's gonna try to play his game, and with him on the sidelines, I think they will have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, and look, the reality was too, we looked at last series, Eastern Conference Finals, and if you look talent-wise of where we think guys are in their careers, the Knicks should have been able to handle the Pacers pretty easily. And there's a Pacers team that made it look easier the other way. This was not a hard, 7-game series that was fought to the tooth and nail. Now, one of the big advantages they had was that the Knicks didn't have depth and they could basically run them out of a series. You can't do that against OKC. So that advantage kind of goes out the window. But you do have some matchups that you can use inside. Now, they're going to try and put Hartenstein on Miles Turner, so he's going to have to play through that with Chet Holmgren helping. That's going to be an interesting piece for this Pacers team to see if they can get around that. Obi Toppin and Pascal Siakam is going to be a big piece. If he can get down and use his speed on some of those guys, you assume Caruso's going to guard Pascal Siakam some. Lou Dort will guard some of Pascal Siakam. If he can get going in the half court and get some decent shots up, that changes this series a lot. OKC is your far favorite. We all know that. But I think it's a little bit closer that the Pacers have a shot because they can hit that three, because they do have players that can, do things that are just really hard to guard. And they do, as you said, have a really good coach. I don't think it's quite as much of a stretch as some people are putting it, that this is completely out of hand and it's OKC series. I think there's plenty of ways OKC can hurt themselves. And you like the free throws. If OKC tries to be free throw merchants the entire series, they're going to lose some games because they're not getting those calls and they're going to get frustrated. SGA is going to be SGA. He's going to be really good. I don't know if there's too many times that Indy in the last series was fighting through picks, but they just played Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson's a free throw merchant too. So I think they know how to get that, when to play tough, when to step back off. It's going to be a ton of fun to watch. I'm really happy this is a series we got instead of some other ones that could have been a little less exciting. I get that it's not the big market one, but it still seems like it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think it will be a lot of fun. I'm waiting to. I want to see some of these Pacers role players really step up in a big way, because I don't think Tyrese Halliburton can do this all on his own. Especially with a guy like Lou Dort on the other side, who's probably going to try and do something dirty to him. It's you got, it can't just be Tyrese Halliburton and Miles Turner and Pascal Siakam, all these guys, and they've done it so far in the playoffs. So if they can continue to do that and get big games out of some of these other role players, then they will have a fighting chance. It's just, Oklahoma City has just been a machine so far, and that's what you worry about. But if anybody can throw a wrench into that machine, it's probably Rick Carlisle, the way that he coaches and the way that he gets players to play for him. So it should be an exciting series to watch.
I agree with you there. Let's get to our meathead because it kind of continues into this. There's no video today, but I do have an image, so we can read the quote here. This is our meathead of the day today. Is good old Matt Ishbia. So they hired Jordan Ott there. That is the new coach of the Phoenix Suns. But Matt Ishbia has stated that he tried making the typical NBA owner. He tried running the typical NBA owner playbook of hiring experts, signing checks, and getting out of the way. But no one was happy with the outcome. So it's time for Matt Ishbia to be involved. The guy who none of us thought was out of the way. None of us thought Matt Ishbia had at any point stayed out of the way anywhere. Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Suns, has now said, no, it's my time. I know better. Even though I was the one who told you to go get Kevin Durant and told you to go get Bradley Beal, and I was the one who told you to go get all those guys. Even though I was the guy who did all this, you guys didn't do the other part, so you guys aren't running my 2K franchise correctly. I know how easy it is. I'm just going to go and do it. So Matt Ishbia, being the giant idiot who thinks he knows how to do this better than everybody else because his dad ran a really good mortgage brokerage and he now runs it. And I'm sure he does very well at that. But again, his dad ran it before him. So let's just put that in, Nepo baby stuff. So we'll throw that in there. But Matt Ishbia, because he's good at mortgages, probably good at running a basketball team as well. They're all transferable skills, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mark Cuban had a really nice website there that made him a lot of money. And obviously he was tremendous at running an NBA franchise, right?
Well, what Mark Cuban did well was he got attendance up and then hired basketball people.
Right.
Again,
but there's also been points where he's tried to interject himself in and made massive mistakes. My point is, Matt Ishbia, if Mark Cuban was like up here with his, let me get on the screen. If he's like up here with his basketball knowledge,
yes.
Matt Ishbia is somewhere like down here trying to run the thing off of like a 2K simulator.
And we've now also heard, we'll get into more trade rumors tomorrow, I promise, because there's a bunch and they keep coming in fast and furious. And the Rockets are involved in them, and the Spurs are involved in them, and the Mavs, luckily, are not heavily involved in them because all the reports are the Mavs are still holding on to that Cooper Flag pick, even though everybody's trying to get it. But we have seen now that basically the Suns are the ones who keep calling the Rockets, being like, oh, so you want Kevin Durant? And they apparently started with some pretty high demands. And the Rockets are like, oh, no, we don't want him that bad. Like, see you later, bye. And so now the price for Kevin Durant has dropped dramatically because everyone's like, first of all, Giannis goes first. Tell Giannis either we know he's staying or he's been traded. Kevin Durant phone calls don't happen. Like, we don't care about, like, he's behind Giannis. And I love Kevin Durant, but he would tell you he's behind Giannis. Like, if you're in the Giannis sweepstakes, you want to get him over you want to get Kevin Durant because they both cost an arm and a leg, and one of them still has possible MVP years out of them, and one of them is a really good player that's going to help your team. So they're all like, well, if we can get Giannis, we want to get him. So until that happens, they're all out, but they're just trying to move on because they want to get in another sweepstakes, and they want to figure out what they're doing. But they just have so many. They have Bradley Beal, who's untradeable. They have Devin Booker, who apparently helped them get Jordan Ott, which, by the way, Matt Ishbia, why does he hire Jordan Ott? Who's a good coach, and I'm not going to disparage him. You know where Jordan Ott got his master's? Michigan State, where Matt Ishbia is an alumnus. So funny that he just hired his Michigan State buddies, guys he knows from Michigan State. Matt Ishbia did play he's a walk-on for the Michigan State basketball team back he won a championship there in 2000. Didn't play, but he was on the team. So he's played basketball. I'm giving that. But running an NBA franchise and playing basketball are two very, very different things. And if you have not paid attention to the course of the league and know all the people that you need to talk to and have all those right pieces and understand the salary cap and all of those other things that are very hard to do, you're probably not the guy to make all those tough decisions. Because then you just go, hey, isn't Kevin Durant good? Good. Bradley Beal was good. Let's get him. Yeah, we'll be good then, right? And then you're not, shockingly, because you need other players. I mean, we saw anybody who still thinks the big three is a big thing to look for in the NBA is behind the times at this point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Then you got guys like Nico Harrison who are trading a top 3 player in the world for a washed guy who's can't stay on the floor.
Yeah, but that's like comparing, Marcel Reed to Jackson Arnold. One of them's just not. One of them's terrible, right? All right, we got to get out of here. Weather delay still. So weather delay, we say 7:45 first is the best chance we get for a start for women's.
Yes.
Okay, so good to know there. And then, of course, the NBA Finals start at 7:30. We'll be back to discuss all that and more on a fun Friday edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back.